Chapter 1383. He Tian went berserk, and the consequences were dire. He desperately channeled the array formation in his body, guiding the earth dragon Qi, causing the spiritual energy in this spiritual land to rush towards him. Exclamation point! Roar! He Tian's black hair fluttered in the wind. With a single roar, mountains and rivers crumbled, and dark spatial cracks appeared in the void. If it weren't for the protection of the ancient Buddhist lords, the entire area would have been shattered by He Tian's roar. Kill! The silhouette of a dragon emerged from He Tian's body as he charged towards the four Buddhist masters. Bam! A fist blasted out, shaking the heaven and earth. The ferocious force caused the void in front of him to collapse. This was a destructive punch that carried the momentum of heaven and earth forward. Without any suspense, a middle-aged monk in a white moon robe was sent flying several thousand zhang away, golden Buddhist blood splattering from the sky. Too strong, the other 3 Buddhist masters' expressions changed. At this time, something big was happening in the heavenly Buddha sect. Even if the battle here turned the sky and earth upside down, no one would come to help. Dragon subduing seal. The Buddhist almighty being with the highest cultivation base was an old monk. He formed a Buddhist seal and displayed an ancient Buddhist technique. Boom! The void trembled as a golden seal appeared high up in the sky, surging with Buddhist energy. After severing the Tao, a Buddhist master could draw a trace of the grand Tao for their own use. On the golden Buddhist seal, Buddhist Tao runes flickered, emitting a terrifying fluctuation. I don't care what seal you are, I will shatter it with one punch. He Tian's momentum was unparalleled. He swung his fist at the golden Buddhist seal that was pressing down from the sky. The golden Buddhist seal was as big as a mountain, crushing the void below. Under this golden Buddhist seal, He Tian's fist was too small, like an ant trying to shake a tree. He was simply courting death. However, it was this small fist that shook the mountain. The power of Mahakala's fist contained the aura of the 9 dragons. Even if it was a real ancient divine mountain, it would still explode if it was hit by his fist. Rumble! The golden Buddha seal was disintegrating, and the golden Buddhist Tao patterns were dissipating. Specks of Buddha light shot out in all directions like countless golden meteors streaking across the void. The old monk was sent flying. Golden Buddha blood had soaked the front of his clothes. The violent impact had almost shattered his body, causing him to be severely injured. The other 2 almighty Buddhists who were about to attack were knocked thousands of meters away by the mighty destructive power that spread in all directions, and a trace of golden blood seeped out of the corners of their mouths. Go! The hearts of the 4 great figures of the Buddhist school were connected. They turned around and fled immediately. The other party had fused together with the world. Below the ground was the place where the dragon veins of this region gathered. This person was already in an invincible position. If they fought with this person in this place, they would only be at a disadvantage. The 4 Buddhist almighties were very decisive. They all turned into a ray of Buddhist light and disappeared into the distance. He Tian, however, did not dare to leave this place. If he did, he would be beaten back to his original form. Slow down, and I'll cripple you. He Tian stood in the void, his battle intent endless. At this time, he used the matrix to draw the power of the 9 dragons to his body, giving him the combat power to go against the heavens and fight almighty figures. However, he knew very well that this was borrowed power, and it could not exist forever. Once he left this place, he would lose the endless dragon Qi here to replenish him. The power of the 9 dragons would not last long and would gradually disappear. Just as He Tian defeated the 4 great figures of the Buddhist school, a terrifying saint-level wave came from another direction. In the depths of the mountains, the battle between Gu Fei and the sloppy monk had also reached a white-hot stage. Buddha is with me! The sloppy monk displayed the supreme Buddhist mystique. It was as if he had turned into a supreme Buddha, fighting endlessly with Gu Fei. The golden Buddha's shadow was thousands of meters tall. It was like a golden god, and with every move it made, the entire world was torn apart. This was a type of Dharma of heaven and earth. However, when the sloppy monk, who was at the pinnacle of the almighty figure level, used it, it displayed earth-shattering power. Buddha's hand! The golden Buddha's shadow stretched out a big hand and slapped it towards Gu Fei. In the palm of the Buddha's hand there was a 10,000 Buddha seal that emitted infinite Buddha light and the mighty Buddha power of the saint-level wave. Yin-yang reincarnation fist. Gu Fei clenched his fists and displayed his self-created battle technique. An invincible fist will spread out from his body. His right hand was yang and his left was yin. The yang fist emitted a bright white light, as if a divine sun had appeared between heaven and earth. The powerful fist force erupted from Gu Fei's yang fist and directly met the Buddha's hand. Boom! Gu Fei's yang fist collided with the Buddha's hand. This was simply like two ancient divine mountains colliding. The void was instantly pierced, and the destructive power spread out, causing the surrounding mountains to collapse. Even if the Buddha world had the power of the ancient Buddha, Lord protecting it, it was difficult to completely offset the power of the saint level. The surrounding area was filled with traces of a great battle. Broken mountains, collapsed mountains, and evaporated lakes. All of this was caused by Gu Fei and the sloppy monk. Gu Fei had already activated the power of the holy weapon. The golden aura on his body was vast. This was the power of the golden holy saber. Gu Fei's yang fist blocked the Buddha's hand. The fierce fist force was enough to penetrate the heaven and earth, but it was unable to disperse the Buddha's hand. It only forced the Buddha's hand to retreat. The power of the Buddha's hand was too terrifying. It should be known that Gu Fei was already a mighty figure. Even a pinnacle mighty figure would not be able to withstand a punch from him. The martial ancestor's lineage, the sloppy monk's knowledge, was also extraordinary. At this point in the battle, he had already seen through Gu Fei's background. What Gu Fei displayed was a martial arts battle technique. This was a cultivation system created by the supreme martial ancestor. This was a path that could allow one to become a sage. If one cultivated to the highest realm, they might even become the second martial ancestor. Kill! Gu Fei pressed forward with an indomitable will. He punched out with the yang fist, followed by the yin fist in his left hand. The power of the true yin was vast, and an extremely cold aura spread from his fist. The power of the true yin could freeze thousands of miles. When Gu Fei punched out, the void was frozen. Even the movement of the 1,000-foot Buddha figure stopped for a moment. Boundless Buddha fire, the sloppy monk's voice sounded. Then, on the 1,000-foot Buddha figure, tens of thousands of Buddha fire emerged, turning the place into a golden sea of fire. The mighty yin fist force of Gu Fei's yin fist was blocked by the Buddha fire. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He ignored the Buddha fire and directly charged into the sea of fire. The fist force of his left fist instantly rose to the extreme. Endless black aura erupted from his fist, and the Buddha fire immediately dimmed. Bam! Gu Fei used the void step and was extremely fast. In an instant, he appeared in front of the 1,000-foot Buddha figure and punched it with his left fist. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to *=*. Chapter 1384. The battle between Gu Fei and the sloppy monk shook the entire area. The 1,000-foot Buddha's shadow shattered everything, and the sloppy monk displayed the Dharma form of heaven and earth. Gu Fei executed the yin-yang reincarnation fist, stepped on the void steps, and instantly appeared in front of the 1,000-foot Buddha's shadow. His left fist ruthlessly punched the 1,000-foot Buddha's shadow. The moment the fist was punched, the power of extreme yin in Gu Fei's left fist erupted like a volcano. The 1,000-foot Buddha's shadow suddenly froze. The power of extreme Yin could freeze thousands of miles. Gu Fei used his full strength to freeze the 1,000-foot Buddha's shadow. Even the Dharma form of heaven and earth was frozen. Bam! Gu Fei followed up with his right fist. The power of extreme Yang exploded, shattering the 1,000-foot Buddha's shadow into thousands of pieces that shot out in all directions. The 1,000-jang tall Buddha shadow had been shattered, just like that. Didn't that mean that the sloppy monk inside the Buddha shadow had also died from the blow? If that was the case, Gu Fei's battle record would be comparable to that of the legendary Extreme Path figure. When an Extreme Path figure matured, he would be invincible among those of the same level. Is he dead? The golden fragments danced in the air like a perfect ice sculpture that had been shattered. Gu Fei's punch seemed to have destroyed everything. However, Gu Fei didn't let his guard down. A pinnacle existence, like the sloppy monk, shouldn't be so easily killed by him. As expected, the countless fragments suddenly lit up. All of them blossomed with resplendent golden light, and a golden Buddhist aura spread out. The golden Buddha aura quickly gathered, and a figure appeared in the Buddha aura. Who else could it be but the sloppy monk? Humph! Gu Fei sneered and took a step forward. He instantly approached the sloppy monk and punched at him. Simple and direct, his killing intent soared into the sky. Swish! The sloppy monk's figure instantly dissipated under Gu Fei's fist. It seemed that this was just an illusion and not the sloppy monk's real body. Let's fight again next time. A voice suddenly came from afar. Gu Fei looked in the direction of the voice and saw a golden Buddha aura flashing a few times in the sky before disappearing. What a cunning fellow! Gu Fei knew that he had been tricked. That sloppy monk had actually left behind an afterimage, but his real body had already escaped. This kind of supernatural power could pass off as the real thing, and even he himself had not been able to see through it. The Buddhist sect is not simple. Gu Fei knew that his and He Tian's whereabouts had been discovered, and he was afraid that the experts from the Heavenly Buddha sect would come looking for trouble. Boss! At this moment, He Tian rushed over from afar. The battle between Gu Fei and the sloppy monk had shaken the entire region. How could He Tian not sense Gu Fei's presence? Go! After meeting up with He Tian, Gu Fei also left the place and disappeared into the mountains. In the depths of the Heavenly Buddha Path, the place where all the Buddhist masters who entered the Heavenly Buddha Path cultivated, the greatest secret of the Heavenly Buddha Path lay. A huge mountain hovered there, towering into the clouds, not touching the earth, and exuding a vast and boundless auspicious aura. Surrounding the mountain were numerous floating mountains and islands shrouded in spiritual energy. There were even some mountain-sized Buddha statues floating in the air. Melodious bell tolls came from the top of the mountain, and the chanting of scriptures could be heard in the air. Buddhist energy was everywhere, and this was a true pure land of the Buddhist sect. At this time, a terrifying fluctuation came from the ground below the mountain, shattering the tranquility and auspiciousness of this place. On the ground below the mountain, there were countless pagodas and Buddha statues. The placement of these pagodas and Buddha statues was very particular, and the momentum of the entire region seemed to have been triggered. This was a Buddhist demon subduing grand array, and it was an ancient array. The Buddha statues and pagodas were antiques, and there were traces of time on them, giving off an incomparably ancient feeling. All the Buddha statues and pagodas were emitting strands of Buddhist radiance. An entire array was enveloped in a layer of golden Buddhist radiance. At the center of the array, there was actually a thick mass of devil chi surging violently. 18 figures emitting boundless Buddhist radiance stood in the air above the Buddhist demon subduing grand array, chanting Buddhist scriptures and displaying supreme Buddhist dharma, wanting to refine the mass of devil chi in the array. Ancient Buddha turning into a devil, a ray of Buddhist radiance rushed over from the distant sky, and a monk dressed in ragged clothes appeared outside the array. This person was the sloppy monk who had been fighting endlessly with Gu Fei. If I don't become a Buddha, I will become a devil. Within the mass of devil chi in the ancient Buddhist array, a devil figure was faintly discernible, and a faintly discernible spiritual will spread out from the devil chi, causing everyone's expression to change. Is the legendary Great Tribulation really going to come true? The sloppy monk's face revealed an incomparably shocked expression. He had sensed the abnormality in the primal Buddhist land, which was why he stopped tangling with Gu Fei. The heavenly Buddhist Tao was not like what people thought, a true paradise without disputes, life and death and calamities. Legend had it that under the primal Buddhist land's Mount Meru, there was an ancient Buddha who wanted to cultivate into a supreme Buddha, comparable to the legendary Eternal Buddha Lord. However, the ancient Buddha encountered a problem in his cultivation and fell into a perilous situation. Thus, the ancient Buddha sealed himself under Mount Meru and ordered his disciples to lay down a Buddhist array and made an oath that he would not become a supreme Buddha, but instead become a supreme devil. After countless years, even the ancient Buddha's own disciple fell in the great tribulation of the late primordial era. Over time, the ancient Buddha's matter became a legend. The people of the heavenly Buddhist Tao thought that after so many years, the legendary ancient Buddha had already passed away. However, in the recent 1,000 years, the ancient Buddhist array under Mount Meru emitted a strange fluctuation. However, this was not a good thing, because the ancient Buddhist array emitted an evil aura, not the peaceful aura of the Buddhist Tao. As a result, people remembered this almost forgotten ancient legend. The ancient Buddha failed to break through to the supreme Buddha realm, and actually became a supreme devil. This was the great tribulation of the Buddhist Tao. The 18 strongest Buddhist sons of the heavenly Buddhist Tao had no choice but to take action. The 18 of them guarded 18 directions and used the supreme Buddhist technique to activate the ancient Buddhist array, temporarily sealing the ancient Buddha devil inside. If he doesn't become a Buddha, he will become a devil. The divine will emitted from the devil aura gradually became stronger. The ancient Buddha was becoming a devil, and endless Buddhist power was gradually transforming into endless devil power. No one wanted to see the birth of a Buddha devil. If the Buddha devil was born, the entire heavenly Buddhist Tao would probably turn into a devil domain and become the world of Buddha devils. All the Buddhist experts in the primal chaotic demonic land were watching nervously. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1385. In the depths of the heavenly Buddha path was a chaotic Buddhist land. That was where the heaven and earth origin of the heavenly Buddha path was located, as well as the location of the legendary Mount Meru. The spiritual mountain in the outside world was merely the place where the ancient Buddhist Lord passed down the Buddhist teachings, while this Mount Meru was the location of the ancient Buddhist Lord's palace. At the peak of Mount Meru, there was a magnificent Buddhist temple, and the tallest one was the extreme Tao Buddha palace refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. This was the supreme, holy palace of Buddhism. Although the ancient Buddhist Lord had disappeared, he left behind a complete extreme Tao Buddha palace, which contained all the heritage of the Buddhist sect. Throughout the countless years, the Buddhist sect had been able to occupy the entire Western lands and flourish for a long time. The reason for this was because of the complete extreme Tao Buddhist palace and the complete legacy. In the long years, the Buddhist sect encountered many calamities, and some even attacked the heavenly Buddha path, but they couldn't break through the extreme Tao Buddha palace. Unless an extreme Tao great sage came personally, or a great sage level character wielding an extreme Tao saint weapon, no one could break through the extreme Tao Buddha palace. The extreme Tao Buddha palace was branded with the ancient Buddhist Lord's extreme Tao Buddha pattern, similar to the extreme Tao saint weapon, an immortal supreme divine artifact that was difficult to destroy. An ancient Buddha becoming a devil, this is no small matter. I'm afraid we have to use the power of the Buddhist sect to suppress it. If the Buddhist devil is allowed to come out, it will be a great calamity. Inside the chaotic Buddhist lands, on the mountain peaks floating in the void, Many Buddhist experts appeared, and some were discussing in low voices. Throughout the years, the number of Buddhist disciples that could obtain the Buddha light's recognition and enter the heavenly Buddha path was actually not many. In the entire chaotic Buddhist lands, there were only slightly more than 100 disciples. In the human world, the Buddhist sect dominated the West lands, with hundreds of millions of believers and countless disciples. However, those who were truly fated with Buddhism and could be accepted by the Buddha light into the heavenly Buddha path were few and far between. However, those who were recognized by the Buddha light after entering the heavenly Buddha path would have an innate affinity with Buddhism, allowing them to achieve twice the results with half the effort. The Buddhist disciples of the heavenly Buddha path were all geniuses, and none of them were weak. Even the weakest among them was a Buddha emperor in the celestial being realm. At this time, the heavenly Buddha sect's strongest 18 Arhat princes acted together, suppressing the ancient Buddha that was turning into a devil. The chanting of sutras lingered between heaven and earth, as if there were thousands of Buddhas singing. This was a Buddhist voice that could cleanse one's soul and purify one's body and mind. In the end, all the disciples of the Buddhist sect chanted the Buddhist voice of salvation in an attempt to turn the ancient Buddha into a devil within the ancient expiation array. However, it wasn't easy for the ancient Buddha to turn into a devil. The ancient Buddha was originally an ancient sage of the Buddhist sect. Such an existence's understanding of Buddhism had already reached an unimaginable level. The universal Buddha voice no longer had any effect on the ancient Buddha. It couldn't stop the ancient Buddha from turning into a devil. The devilish nature in the ancient Buddha formation was getting stronger and stronger. The power of the ancient Buddhist formation seemed to be having a hard time suppressing the gradually growing devilish nature. This caused the expressions of all the Buddhist disciples to change. The ancient Buddhist turning into a devil seemed to be unstoppable. Demon, on a mountain peak a few thousand miles away, two silhouettes appeared. Gu Fei and He Tian were approaching the most important area of the heavenly Buddha sect, the Chaos Buddha lands. But at this time, Gu Fei sensed a devilish fluctuation coming from the front. Although this fluctuation was weak, it shocked Gu Fei to the core. This was the heavenly Buddha sect, one of the 6 reincarnations refined by the Buddhist Lord. How could there be a devil here? It was hard to imagine. It's really the aura of the devil path. No wonder we've been fighting outside for so long, yet we didn't see any other Buddhist experts. Something must have happened in the heavenly Buddha sect. He Tian also sensed the devilish fluctuation. This is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We can fish in troubled waters. He Tian's eyes suddenly lit up and he said excitedly, "There was no day and night in the heavenly Buddha sect. This place was always brightly lit, and one could sense the auspicious fluctuation of Buddhism energy anywhere. Let's go take a look." Gu Fei nodded. He too wanted to know what happened in the heavenly Buddha sect. Why would there be devilish aura appearing in the depths of this world? They had entered the heavenly Buddha sect by chance, and it wouldn't be an easy task to leave this place. They didn't want to be trapped here forever. I can feel the aura of chaos. When Gu Fei and He Tian arrived outside the Chaos Buddha lands, both of them were shocked to the extreme. In front of them was a hazy void, and everything seemed to be shrouded in a thin layer of mist, giving off a surreal feeling. This is chaos chi that hasn't completely dissolved. He Tian's voice began to quiver. The area before them was actually a piece of chaos divine soil. This sort of chaos divine soil had been formed at the beginning of the world. This piece of chaos divine soil was definitely not refined by the Millennium Buddhist Lord. Even if it was the Buddhist Lord of the extreme Tao, with his supreme Buddhism techniques, he still couldn't refine something like this. Although the extreme Tao experts were the strongest existences in the world, sometimes such existences weren't omnipotent. This is really a big move, Gu Fei couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The 1,000-year-old Buddhist sovereign actually found a primal chaos divine soil that was formed at the beginning of heaven and earth. Then he refined the primal chaos divine soil into his heavenly Buddha Tao, turning it into a primal chaos Buddha soil. The legendary Mount Meru was located in this piece of chaos Buddha lands. Chaos Chi was formed at the beginning of the world, and this kind of Chi could transform into all kinds of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Cultivating in such a place was many times better than those so-called heavenly paradises in the mortal world. This Millennium Buddhist Lord really put in a lot of effort for the sake of Buddhism's heritage. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't hesitate. They entered the hazy world in front of them. Chaos Chi lingered around their bodies, but they didn't absorb the surrounding chaos Chi. They didn't want to alarm the people inside so quickly. It was hard to imagine how much a person's cultivation would reach after cultivating in such a piece of chaos Buddha lands for so many years. Gu Fei and the others couldn't help but be careful. Boom! At this time, an earth-shattering sound came from the depths of chaos Buddha lands. The entire piece of chaos Buddha lands shook violently. The demonic aura suddenly erupted, and a mass of demonic aura rushed out from the ground below Mount Meru. It then spread in all directions, quickly enveloping the entire world. A great devil was born. Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked. An extremely terrifying devil Chi spread across the world, causing one's heart to palpitate. This was definitely the power of a saint. Could it be that a great devil saint was born? To see the first advertisement, please go to Please Share. Target =blank. Chapter 1386. A devil appeared in the Buddha land. A huge change happened in the heavenly Buddha Tao. Below Mount Meru, there was actually an ancient Buddha turning into a devil. This was a threat to everyone in the heavenly Buddha Tao. ? In the hazy primal chaos Buddha land, spiritual energy was abundant. Spiritual herbs over 1,000 years of age could be seen everywhere. On the cliffs, there were even 10,000-year-old king herbs growing. This place was huge, but the population was sparse. Many spiritual herbs were left unharvested, allowing them to grow naturally. This benefited He Tian. This fella, even when wild geese flew over his head, he would grab a handful of its feathers. How could he not be tempted when he saw a spiritual herb? According to his words, rather than letting this baldy benefit, he might as well enjoy it himself. As long as it was a 10,000-year-old king herb, it would be taken away by He Tian. As for 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, they were truly nothing in his eyes. Rumble! Just as Gu Fei and the rest were nearing Mount Meru, the heaven and earth suddenly trembled. A terrifying devil aura surged over from the front. A great devil is born. This is the energy of a saint. Gu Fei and He Tian were incomparably shocked. Was there really a great devil suppressed in the depths of the heavenly Buddha Tao? In the chaotic Buddha land, no one could remain unscathed. Boss, this? He Tian's expression changed when he sensed that devil aura. This kind of energy had already exceeded their endurance. This was a true saint-level energy. What are you afraid of? If we really can't win, we still have a way out. Gu Fei was also alarmed. But at this time it shouldn't be them running, but the arhats in the heavenly Buddha Tao were in big trouble. If there was really a great devil suppressed in the heavenly Buddha Tao, the first thing this great devil would do would be to kill all the arhats in the heavenly Buddha Tao. When He Tian heard Gu Fei's words, he gradually calmed down. The devilish energy had almost shaken his will, forcing him to be more cautious. At this moment, on Mount Meru, all the sons of Buddha were incomparably nervous. Below Mount Meru, a torrential demonic aura surged out. The power of the ancient Buddha array could no longer suppress the demonic power within the array. The 18 strongest sons of Buddha radiated with boundless Buddha light as they stood in 18 different positions, displaying supreme Dharma and activating the Tao power of Buddhism. The runes of the entire ancient Buddha formation emitted a dazzling Buddha light, intertwining with the power of the great Tao of Buddhism. All the Buddha power went towards a devil fetus in the middle of the formation. The ancient Buddha transformed into a devil. Endless Buddha energy was converted into devil energy, forming a devil embryo. Within the devil embryo was the great devil that the ancient Buddha transformed into. At this moment, the great devil was about to be born. Bam! 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 The demon fetus was vibrating like a heart. The dull sound caused the entire ancient Buddhist formation to shake. The pagodas that shone with Buddhist light and the Buddha statues that were covered in Buddhist runes were all trembling. The demonic power was boundless, and within the tumbling demonic aura, there seemed to be many scary demonic shadows appearing. The Buddha nature of the ancient Buddha was being destroyed, and the demonic nature was expanding. It's time to use the Buddha weapon, one of the 18 sons of Buddha said. Then he waved towards Mount Meru in the sky, and a golden light rushed out from Mount Meru. Boom! Endless Buddha power descended from the sky. Within the blinding Buddha light, it was as if 9 golden dragons were rushing down from the sky and landing in the hands of the middle-aged son of Buddha. The golden light dissipated, and it was a Buddhist staff. This was a holy weapon. On the body of the staff, there were 9 golden dragons circling. The 9 dragon heads gathered at the head of the staff. The dragon heads were facing inward, and in the middle, there was a pearl that looked like a red sun. This is the legendary 9-dragon staff. Elder Heavenly Dharma is getting serious. When the sons of Buddha saw this, they were all shocked. The 9-dragon staff in Heavenly Dharma's hand was releasing a vast holy energy. This was the energy of a Buddha saint. Go, Buddha Heavenly Dharma through the 9-dragon staff. The 9-dragon staff became a Buddha light, and it stabbed into the ancient Buddha array's eye. Boom! Boom! Saint-ranked Buddhism energy surged out from the 9-dragon scepter, bringing boundless energy to the ancient Buddha array. The devil chi that was spreading in all directions was immediately suppressed back to where it came from. The other sons of Bodhisattvas also summoned their ancient Buddha weapons to suppress the formation core. Rays of Buddha light that exuded a saint-class ripple rushed out from Mount Meru and entered the ancient Buddha formation below. The legends say that Mount Meru has 18 ancient Buddha weapons left behind by ancient Buddha saints. I can't believe this legend is true. 18 ancient Buddha weapons. Those are 18 ancient Buddha holy weapons. Many arhats who saw this scene were astonished. There were actually 18 ancient sacred weapons hidden in the sacred palace on Mount Meru. Even the arhats of the Heavenly Buddha sect didn't know about this. Even the most powerful 18 arhats didn't know what was inside the palace of the ancient Buddhist Lord on Mount Meru. However, these 18 Buddhist ancient sacred weapons belonged to the sacred temple. With the help of the 18 Buddha weapons, the ancient Buddha array's power suppressed the ancient Buddha's demonic power. The demon fetus, which was about to break out of the array, was once again sealed inside. This was an ancient sacred weapon refined by 18 ancient Buddha sages, and it contained sacred Buddhist energy. It was as if 18 ancient Buddhist sages were attacking at the same time. No matter how strong the ancient Buddha's demonic power was, it couldn't fight it. The peaceful Buddha power filled the sky, and the Buddha light shone. There were countless Buddhas chanting in the sky, and many Buddha symbols appeared. The ancient Buddha formation displayed a great power, refining demonic energy and sealing the surroundings. However, what the ancient Buddha formation wanted to transform into was a supreme devil, an existence comparable to the extreme Tao Devil Lord. The power of the demon fetus was still increasing. Many symbols appeared on the demon fetus. The demon flags around the demon fetus were waving, and a power that surpassed holy class was gathering. Is it really going to turn into that supreme demon? Someone was completely stunned by the scene in front of them. The ancient Buddha becoming a demon was definitely not simple. If it really gave birth to a supreme demon, it would be a disaster for the entire heavenly Buddha Tao. Seeing that the power of the ancient Buddha array had sealed that terrifying demon fetus, the sons of Buddha heaved a sigh of relief. But they knew that such power wasn't enough to destroy the demon fetus. People kept falling from the sky and into the Buddha array. They used their own Buddha power to increase the power of the Buddha array. Even the sloppy monk who was at the pinnacle of Almighty Realm occupied a spot in the Buddha array. He circulated the Buddha sect's mystic arts to stimulate the power of the Buddha array. Many people chanted the Buddha mantra and let out exorcism Buddhist chants. They wanted to dispel the demonic nature of the demon fetus and enlighten it. But how could the ancient Buddha become a demon be dispelled by Buddhist chants? All the sons of Buddha started moving. The vast Buddha energy gathered into a terrifying current and surged towards the center of the ancient Buddha array. The layers of demonic light were continuously destroyed. Over 100 sons of Buddha working together. Even a true saint would be fearful. The power condensed from the power of the Buddha array was too strong. The demon fetus felt the threat. Under the impact of the Buddha power, the demonic runes on the demon fetus all lit up. Rays of demonic light intertwined to form a light barrier that enveloped the demon fetus. The Buddha power that came from all directions was blocked by the layer of demonic light on the demon fetus. It couldn't truly threaten the demon fetus. The demon fetus continued to beat like an incomparably huge heart. Each time it beat, the entire heaven and earth would tremble. This was a type of Tao sound. How is this possible? Supreme demon fetus? The sons of Buddha couldn't help but feel shaken by the scene. No one knew how powerful the combined power of over 100 sons of Buddha was. However, this power was enough to kill an ancient saint. Moreover, there were 18 ancient Buddhist weapons in the ancient Buddha array. One had to know that these were ancient Buddhist sacred weapons refined by the ancient virtuous paragons. With so much power gathered together, it still couldn't destroy the demon fetus in the ancient Buddha array. All the sons of Buddha couldn't believe what they were seeing. Even the strongest 18 sons of Buddha found it hard to maintain their composure. How can this be? Is there really no way to stop the ancient Buddha turning into a demon? Is the ancient legend going to come true? The 18 strongest sons of Buddha muttered. The strength of the demon fetus had exceeded their expectations. They used all their methods, but still couldn't destroy it. What should we do? The heavenly Buddha path had used almost everything that could be used. As for those that couldn't be used, there was no need to think about it. The danger in front of them could only be resolved by using the supreme Buddhist weapon. Use the supreme Buddhist weapon. The 18 sons of Buddha were extremely powerful. They were the strongest existences in the heavenly Buddha path. Each of them had a cultivation realm and power that surpassed supreme existences. Among the 18 sons of Buddha, the weakest was a half-sage. The 3 in the lead were only one step away from becoming a sage. They were the strongest in this world and were quasi-sages. These 18 sons of Buddha had been cultivating in the sacred palace at the peak of Mount Meru for many years. Their minds were connected, and they all knew that this was the only way to resolve this great calamity. The 18 sons of Buddha didn't hesitate. They rushed into the sky and flew towards the mountain, floating in the sky. The 18 rays of Buddhist light quickly reached the peak of Mount Meru and rushed into the sacred palace. At this time, Gu Fei and Tian also arrived near Mount Meru. What a spiritual mountain! In the hazy, chaotic energy, a huge mountain floated high in the sky. The entire mountain emitted a vast and boundless auspicious aura, as if there was a supreme Buddha hiding on the mountain. The aura of the extreme Tao. Gu Fei was also shocked. Compared to this spiritual mountain, the Buddhist sacred ground in the outside world and West Earth's spiritual mountain were far inferior. This kind of aura of the extreme Tao was something that the spiritual mountains in the outside world didn't have. Could it be that this mountain is the legendary Mount Meru? He Tian was proficient in formations. He could tell that this mountain wasn't ordinary at a glance. To have such an aura, only the legendary Mount Meru would have it. Mount Meru? When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. This mountain was the Mount Meru where the ancient Buddha attained Tao. To see the first advertisement, please go to Please Share, target equals _blank. Chapter 1387. An ancient divine mountain hovered high up in the sky, shrouding an entire area, exuding a boundless auspicious aura. Mount Meru, a divine mountain that had existed since ancient times. Because of the Millennium Buddha Lord, its name spread throughout the ancient era, becoming the supreme, holy land of Buddhism. According to legend, before the Millennium Buddha Lord achieved his Tao, he came to Mount Meru and sat on the peak for 1,000 years, comprehending the flawless great Tao. On the day that the Millennium Buddha Lord achieved his Tao enlightenment, golden lotuses bloomed on the surface of Mount Meru. Auspicious clouds descended from the sky, and Buddhist luminance illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A golden figure appeared between heaven and earth, chanting Buddhist scriptures, bathing in the Buddhist luminance and converting all living beings in the vicinity. Even some of the peerless experts near Mount Meru were enlightened by the eternal Buddha Lord and became his disciples, becoming his son of Buddha. According to the ancient Buddhist scriptures, the ancient Buddha at the foot of Mount Meru was a son of Buddha under the 1,000-year-old Buddhist Lord. He cultivated to become a Buddhist sage, but in the end he encountered a problem in his cultivation and had no choice but to seal himself under Mount Meru. This was an ancient antique. Characters from the same era as him were long gone. Even the Millennium Buddha Lord had disappeared. This kind of character, turning into a devil, was bound to shake heaven and earth. In fact, the ancient Buddha turning into a devil really brought an unprecedented crisis to the heavenly Buddha sect. Once a devil appeared, the entire heavenly Buddha sect would be plunged into an abyss of misery. Such an atmosphere. This should be the legendary Mount Meru. Auspicious chi covered the divine mountain. Buddhist luminance swirled in 6 circles, and one could feel a boundless Buddhism energy fluctuation, especially at the peak, where there seemed to be a supreme ancient Buddha hiding. Boss, is there really a Buddhist saint guarding this place? He Tian's face paled when he sensed the irresistible Buddhism energy fluctuation. If there were 1 or 2 Buddhist princes under the Millennium Buddha Lord that did not leave, it would be a disaster. The ancient Buddhist Lord was an extreme Buddhist saint, so how could his disciples be weak? Most likely, they had long cultivated to the Buddhist saint Tao fruit. Although they were not extreme Buddhist saints, they could be called ancient Buddhas. Humph! After the great desolation, heaven and earth changed greatly. There are no saints in this world. What are you afraid of? Gu Fei said, at his cultivation level, he could already pry into the mysteries of heaven. He could vaguely sense that the current world no longer recognized saints. Unless the laws of the world changed again, the world would not allow anyone to become a saint. But this place is different. He Tian still felt a little uneasy. This was a primal chaos Buddhist land, filled with primal chaos energy. The laws of heaven and earth in this place could be said to be weaker than any other place. It wasn't impossible for a Buddhist sage to make use of the characteristics of this place to hide. At the very least, we can retreat. Gu Fei said he could draw upon the power of the Hell Path's realm pearl to connect with the Hell Path and open up a passageway to the Hell Path. In front of a sage, the inner world no longer had any advantage. A sage could shatter the void and forcibly enter the inner world. But entering the Hell Path was different. That was a world that was comparable to a complete world. No one was willing to enter such a near-perfect world. Such a world could suppress an ancient sage. If Gu Fei was in the Hell Path, he could really use the Realm Pearl to draw upon the power of heaven and earth to kill an ancient sage. Rumble! Just as Gu Fei and He Tian were conversing, A thunderous sound came from the front. They felt the ground beneath their feet shaking. There were transparent ripples that could be seen with the naked eye in the void. An unimaginably powerful force erupted, and the terrifying aura caused the world to change color. This is the great demon born? Gu Fei and He Tian were incomparably shocked. They hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound and saw a black, demonic aura rushing out from the bottom of the primordial God Mountain. The power of the demonic path burst forth like never before, and there were quite a number of sons of Buddha who were sent flying. Buddha blood sprayed across the sky, and the entire ancient Buddha array was shaking. The 18 Buddha figures stood tall in the array and fought against the demonic path power that burst forth from the array. Heaven and Earth Avatar, 18 Supreme Beings? Sensing the powerful aura from the 18 Buddha figures, even Gu Fei's expression changed. The Buddhist sect was truly too powerful. There were actually 18 Supreme Beings in the Heavenly Buddha path. What kind of power was this? It was truly hard to imagine. Such power was enough to sweep through the entire mortal world. Moreover, among these 18 Supreme Beings, there were 3 whose Buddha energy fluctuations were extremely powerful. There was even a strand of saintly might lingering around them. Half-sage? He Tian was truly stunned. The waters of the mortal world were truly extraordinarily deep. With his current cultivation, he probably wouldn't even be able to cause a splash. Among these 3, the leader is most likely a half-sage. Gu Fei observed for a moment before saying such words. He used the power of heaven and earth to seal his body, not leaking a trace of his aura. No one knew that they had already arrived in the vicinity of Mount Meru. Half-sage? He Tian was shocked. If such a character were to act against him, a single finger of his would be enough to kill him countless times over. He felt very uneasy. They can't even take care of themselves. This is an opportunity. Gu Fei knew that within the grand array beneath Mount Meru, there was a terrifying devil being suppressed. Now that all the sons of Buddha were gathered within the Buddha array, working together to suppress the devil, the defense of Mount Meru would definitely be useless. I can sense the aura of a saint weapon. 18 saint-grade auras rushed out from the Buddha array. He Tian was shocked to the extreme. Could it be that the entire saint weapon of the Buddhist sect was hidden within the heavenly Buddha path? Although He Tian was very far away, he still felt as though there was an ancient divine mountain pressing down on his body. He couldn't even straighten his back. And Gu Fei had the protection of a saint weapon. In addition to the fact that his cultivation and strength had already advanced to the almighty realm, he didn't feel too uncomfortable when facing the eruption of saint might. Swish! Gu Fei extended his hand, and an almost transparent divine sword appeared in his hand. He then handed it over to He Tian. This was his spoil of war from the land of Saint Burial, shadowless divine sword. Boss, this is for me? When He Tian saw the divine sword in Gu Fei's hand, his voice was trembling. He was extremely excited and wanted to snatch the divine sword from Gu Fei's hand. However, he didn't dare and was hesitating. I'll lend it to you first, Gu Fei said. Thank you, boss. When He Tian heard this, he hurriedly snatched the shadowless divine sword into his hand. A sharp and obscure sword aura spread from the divine sword, almost cutting off his hand. What a domineering sword aura. It's domineering yet not obvious. This is definitely an unparalleled weapon suitable for sneak attacks. He Tian couldn't bear to let go of it. He then inhaled and exhaled the yin and yang essence qi, and wrapped the shadowless divine sword with his own life essence qi before carefully storing it into his body. Boss, what are we waiting for? Let's loot Mount Meru. After obtaining such a saint weapon, He Tian's courage was boosted. He was extremely excited and his eyes lit up. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to Please Share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1388. Ransack Mount Meru. If such words were spoken in the primordial era, people would definitely think that it came from a lunatic. One had to know that Mount Meru was where the Buddhist Lord's Buddhist palace was located. It was where the Buddhist Lord resided. No one dared to provoke the extreme Tao Buddhist Lord. This was equivalent to suicide. The extreme Tao Buddhist Lord was invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Only the legendary existences of the extreme Tao were qualified to be his opponent. But now, Gu Fei and He Tian had sneaked up this primordial sacred mountain and headed towards the holy palace at the peak. At this moment, not a single Arhat could be seen on Mount Meru. Rumble, the earth trembled. 18 Buddha shadows stood on the ground and displayed supreme Buddhist Dharma. They activated the power of the ancient Buddha array to suppress the terrifying devil fetus. 1. The 18 ancient Buddha weapons were also displaying their prowess. The great Tao markings in the ancient Buddha weapons were activated. They automatically emitted a supreme sage level wave. It was as if 18 Buddha saints appeared in the Buddha array. The power of the 18 Arhats and the 18 ancient Buddha weapons temporarily sealed the devil fetus in the ancient Buddha array. This made it difficult for the devil Tao's power to leak out. The ancient Buddha turned into a devil. A strand of devil chi was enough to turn the entire region into a land of death. If the devil chi in the Buddha array leaked out, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, all the Arhats attacked. No one was willing to see the supreme devil appear. Some were even planning to use the extreme Tao Buddhist weapon. The heavenly Buddha path was a supreme Buddhist land refined by the Buddhist Lord. Legend had it that the extreme Tao Buddhist weapon was left behind by the Buddhist Lord. However, no one had seen it before. But all the Arhats who entered the heavenly Buddha path knew that the extreme Tao Buddhist weapon was on Mount Meru. Perhaps it was hidden in the holy palace at the peak of Mount Meru. However, the holy palace at the peak of Mount Meru wasn't a place anyone could enter. That was the residence of the Buddhist Lord. Only the strongest 18 Arhats of the heavenly Buddha path had the right to enter the holy palace to comprehend the supreme Buddhist Dharma. The chanting of the Buddhist sect circled around the heaven and earth. All the sons of Buddha were displaying this kind of evil, subduing Buddhist voice, wanting to use the supreme Dharma to purify the great devil in the Buddhist formation. Within the Buddhist matrix, countless Buddhist runes appeared, interweaving with the power of the great path of Buddhism. They rushed towards the demonic fetus. The demonic runes on the demonic fetus also emitted surging waves of demonic power, blocking the supreme Buddhist power. Boom! Elder Fa Tian controlled the 9-dragon scepter and unleashed a terrifying attack, wanting to pierce through the devil fetus. This was the power of a saint. 9 golden dragons shot out from the 9 dragons' scepter towards the devil fetus. Bam! The 9 golden dragons crashed into the layer of demonic light around the devil fetus almost at the same time. The entire devil fetus shook violently, and the demonic light around the devil fetus was almost penetrated. However, demonic patterns could be vaguely seen on the demonic light, drawing upon the power of the demonic path and actually blocking the 9 golden dragons, blocking the saint-level power. What? Grand Elder Fa Tian was shocked. He knew very well how powerful his attack was after using the Buddhist saint weapon. It could even shatter an ancient divine mountain, but it couldn't penetrate the demonic light around the devil fetus. Let's attack together. The other sons of Buddha also activated their respective ancient Buddhist weapons. Saint-level power exploded within the ancient Buddhist matrix, and the aura of the 18 ancient Buddhist weapons almost caused the entire heaven and earth to collapse. 1. The 18 ancient Buddhist weapons trembled at the same time, emitting a monstrous saint-level aura. It was as though 18 ancient Buddhas had awakened, and their divine might was unparalleled. Even Mount Meru above the ancient Buddhist matrix was affected, and it started to tremble. The power of the 18 ancient Buddhist weapons gathered together, and even the sovereigns among the saints would have a change of expression. Are those monks going to go all out? At the waist of Mount Meru Gu Fei and He Tian were incomparably shocked. The saint-level aura caused their hearts to palpitate, and such power was enough to kill a true saint. Boss, let's hurry up. Otherwise, after those baldies finish dealing with the devil fetus, we will be in trouble, He Tian said. He couldn't wait to rush up to the peak of Mount Meru and ransack the holy palace. However, although there wasn't a single son of Buddha at the peak of Mount Meru, the defensive matrix on top of Mount Meru was extraordinary. Generations of Buddhist sages had constantly perfected the defensive system of Mount Meru, and the entire Mount Meru had been branded with indelible Tao marks by the Buddhist sages. This caused quite a bit of trouble for He Tian, but who was He Tian? He was a master of formations, and he constantly deduced the forces of heaven and earth around him as he slowly advanced towards the peak of the mountain. If I don't become a supreme Buddha, then I will become a supreme devil, a strand of divine sense circled between heaven and earth. All the sons of Buddha couldn't help but change their expressions. The devil in the middle of the matrix was incomparably powerful. Could it really be a supreme, great devil? Killing demons is the duty of our generation. Kill. Monk Fatian was incomparably domineering. He took the Nine Dragons' scepter into his hand and smashed it towards the devil fetus. 9 dragon shadows flickered on the 9 dragons' scepter. Monstrous demonic energy exploded from the devil fetus, and within the billowing demonic energy, a terrifying silhouette directly appeared from the void. It was a faint and illusory demonic shadow that stood in the center of the matrix. The demonic shadow exuded a terrifying aura that could shake the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Bang! The demonic shadow's giant hand slammed towards the 9 golden dragons. Demonic energy erupted, and the entire heaven and earth darkened. 2 extremely powerful forces clashed together. Boom! An earth-shattering boom rang out. The giant hand condensed by the demonic shadow actually smashed apart the 9 golden dragons, and even sent the 9 dragons' scepter flying away. What? All the sons of Buddha were shocked. One must know that Grand Elder Fatian was the #1 expert in the heavenly Buddha Tao, a step away from becoming a quasi-saint. If even he couldn't break through the power of the devil fetus, then it would be even more difficult for others to do anything to it. At this time, no one knew that Gu Fei and He Tian were heading towards the peak of Mount Meru. He Tian was indeed worthy of being an array grandmaster. He actually found a safe path that led straight to the peak. Haha, Supreme Buddhist treasure, here I come. He Tian was incomparably excited. The peak of Mount Meru was the residence of the ancient Buddhist Lord. How could there be no Buddhist treasures in the saint palace of the ancient Buddhist Lord? Abandon Buddha and become a devil. A powerful wave of rippled out from the devil fetus. Then an unimaginably terrifying demonic power burst forth. A circle of demonic energy spread out from the center of the ancient Buddha matrix. The demonic energy finally broke through the seal of the ancient Buddha matrix. The ancient Buddha seemed to have succeeded in becoming a demon. The terrifying demonic energy was like a broken dam, gushing out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Roar! The 18 sons of Buddha suffered a huge impact. They roared angrily as they were sent flying. The other sons of Buddha directly coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. They were sent flying thousands of feet away. Some of the sons of Buddha had their bodies shattered and their souls destroyed. They were completely destroyed. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1389. Roar! A terrifying demonic howl came from the ancient Buddha formation as boundless demonic chi erupted. The demonic energy nearly overturned the entire heaven and earth. Countless Buddha statues and pagodas crumbled into dust. Rumble! The entire ancient Buddha formation trembled as the Buddha runes dimmed. This ancient formation that had existed for countless years was on the verge of collapsing. Buzz! At this time, the 18 ancient Buddha weapons suppressing the 18 formation eyes of the ancient Buddha formation vibrated at the same time, emitting 18 powerful waves of saintly aura. The 9-dragon scepter, the glazed ring blade, the blessed Buddha lamp, each supreme Buddha weapon was awakened one by one. On top of each weapon, a Buddha shadow walked out. This was the remnant divine sense of the 18 ancient Buddhas on the 18 ancient Buddha weapons. It was as if the 18 ancient Buddhas had personally descended, sending out an auspicious Buddhist energy that filled the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even if the Lord Buddha himself comes, he won't be able to stop me from becoming a devil. A devilish shadow stood up from the boundless demonic chi. A pair of blood-red eyes shot out 2 blood-red rays, scanning the surroundings. Amitabha, the 18 ancient Buddhas' divine sense within the 18 ancient Buddha weapons took the form of ancient Buddhas, sitting cross-legged in the void, chanting Buddhist chants, displaying the chant of Devanaga, wanting to enlighten the ancient devil with the supreme Buddhist voice. The wondrous Buddhist voice was the nemesis of all devils. Boundless demonic chi was dispersed by the sound waves as Buddha runes emerged in the void. Golden lotuses sprouted from the ground as auspicious clouds descended from the sky. The world was filled with peace as the murderous chi transformed into auspicious chi. The power of the 18 ancient Buddha weapons was too overwhelming. Even the supreme devil felt threatened, roaring ceaselessly within the demonic chi, shaking the heavens. Wow! A deafening sound came from within the demonic chi as a devil weapon appeared in the hand of the devilish shadow. It was a devil spear, entirely black in color, exuding a monstrous demonic energy. Swish! The devilish shadow directly stabbed out with the spear. Terrifying demonic energy pierced through the void as a black demonic light shot out from the spear. Like a black river, it rushed towards the 9-dragon scepter. Bang! The 9 golden dragons were shattered, and the Buddha shadow that emerged from the 9-dragon scepter was pierced through by the devilish light, sending the 9 dragons' scepter flying away. The battle prowess displayed by the demonic shadow caused all the sons of Buddha who witnessed this scene to be indescribably shocked. The ancient Buddha turning into a demon was a terrifying calamity. Then the sound of something cracking could be heard from within the demonic aura. Oh no, that devil is about to come into being. Great Elder F.A. Tion's expression changed. The other 17 sons of Buddha were also moved. The ancient Buddha was about to break out of its cocoon, and this wasn't a good thing. The Supreme Buddha was about to be born. If I don't become the Supreme Buddha, I'll become the Supreme Devil. These words resounded in the world. This was a peerless demonic voice, and it actually suppressed the heavenly dragon Buddhist voice that was chanted by the ancient Buddha in the 18 ancient Buddha weapons. Looks like I'll have to use the resources of the sacred palace. A middle-aged Buddhist son beside Fantion said. This Buddhist son's cultivation was extremely strong, and he was half a Buddha saint. There was a golden halo behind his head, and his body was filled with Buddhist power. Then let's bring out that Buddhist treasure. An old monk with a ruddy face and 2 snow-white long eyebrows said. This person was also a half Buddhist saint. The 18 sons of Buddha with the strongest cultivation in the heavenly Buddha path gathered together. The other sons of Buddha's cultivation weren't strong enough, so they all fled in all directions, other than the supreme existences of the Tao severing realm. No one could interfere. At this moment, the 9-dragon scepter that was sent flying flew back. The 9 dragon shadows were like real dragons, dancing around the 9-dragon scepter and emitting terrifying saint-grade energy waves that shook the heavens. The demonic shadow was still attacking. He held the peerless demonic spear in his hand and pierced out again and again. The unstoppable demonic energy pierced through the heaven and earth, destroying everything in its path. The 18 ancient Buddha weapons were trembling, and they were constantly sent flying by the power of the peerless demonic spear. The power of the 18 ancient Buddha weapons could no longer suppress this devil. Cracks appeared on the devil fetus, and strands of extremely pure, demonic chi seeped out from the cracks. The terrifying demonic nature spread between heaven and earth as though it wanted to demonize everything. The ancient Buddha turned into a devil. This was a supreme devil fetus that gave birth to a great devil. The ancient Buddha that abandoned Buddha and turned into a devil no longer existed. The Buddha nature was completely extinguished and was replaced by the demonic nature. The 18 ancient Buddha weapons were all spiritual objects. At this moment, all 18 ancient Buddha weapons had awakened. The majestic saint-grade energy waves were enough to shatter everything. However, the demonic shadow that manifested from the devil fetus displayed supreme demonic might. With the peerless demonic spear in his hand, he actually fought against the 18 ancient Buddha weapons. On each of the 18 ancient Buddha weapons, faint and illusory Buddha shadows appeared. These were the ancient Buddhas that appeared in different eras of the Buddhist sect. Each ancient Buddha was once a supreme existence in the Buddhist sect. At this moment, these 18 ancient Buddhas from different eras were releasing their last bit of power. The 18 ancient Buddha weapons emitted unprecedented powerful Buddha energy and trapped the demonic shadow. Swoosh! The glaze ring blade slashed across the sky. The resplendent blade light tore through the layers of demonic chi and collided with the peerless demonic spear in the demonic shadow's hand, producing a deafening boom. Boom! The blessed Buddha lamp hovered high in the sky. A soybean-sized golden wick emitted a monstrous golden Buddha fire that swept down from the sky. The golden Buddha fire came into contact with the towering demonic chi. The layers of demonic chi dissipated under the Buddha fire. The Buddha fire burned towards the devil fetus, enveloping the devil fetus and the demonic shadow. Swoosh! The demonic shadow displayed an indomitable fighting strength. He directly stabbed the peerless demonic spear upwards. Terrifying demonic energy frantically gathered towards the spear. A pitch-black demonic light shot out from the peerless demonic spear, breaking through the layers of demonic fire and colliding with the blessed Buddha lamp, knocking it away. The Buddha fire in the sky dissipated instantly. The devil fetus was too powerful. The 18 ancient Buddha weapons could barely suppress it, but now it was just the beginning. Crack! 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 More and more cracks appeared on the devil fetus. The 18 strongest arhats knew that if they hesitated any longer, the devil inside the devil fetus would be born. Go get the supreme Buddha treasure. Grand Elder Heavenly Dharma soared into the sky, rushing towards the sacred palace at the peak of Mount Meru. The other arhats followed closely behind. One had to know that Grand Elder Heavenly Dharma was the only quasi-sage in the blessed Buddha path. In the blessed Buddha path, all arhats had to listen to Grand Elder Heavenly Dharma. Even the current Buddhist Lord had to be respectful when he saw Grand Elder Heavenly Dharma. The supreme Buddha treasure was hidden in the sacred palace at the peak of Mount Meru. Only Grand Elder Heavenly Dharma could retrieve it, because not everyone could enter the sacred palace. The sacred palace contained the inheritance of the ancient Buddhist lords. Only those with stronger cultivation could enter the sacred palace. Those with weaker cultivation might not even be able to enter the sacred palace. Rays of Buddhist light shot up from the foot of the mountain. Golden rays fell to the ground. Dharma was the first person to arrive in front of the sacred palace, but when he arrived at the entrance, he was stunned. Target equals _ blank. Chapter 1390. The holy palace at the peak of Mount Shumi was the dwelling place of the Buddhist lords throughout the ages. This was the supreme holy land that billions of Buddhists yearned for. Only those who were recognized by the Buddha light of salvation had the chance to enter the heavenly Buddha path and see the legendary holy palace. Usually, only the 18 sons of Buddha with the highest cultivation in the heavenly Buddha sect had the right to enter the sacred palace to cultivate. The other sons of Buddha didn't even have the right to walk up to the peak of Mount Meru. In particular, the heavenly Dharma, quasi-Buddha saint, and the two half-Buddha saints. These three great existences had been comprehending the Buddhist Dharma in the sacred palace all year round, wanting to take a step further and become a sage. However, the current laws of the world no longer recognized the existence of saints. The great path of the world could not be touched. Even if people had heaven-defying cultivation talents, it would still be difficult for them to become saints. Now that the Buddha demon has appeared, the entire Xianghe Buddha land was going to be in chaos. The 18 Buddha soldiers seemed to be unable to suppress the supreme demon, forcing heavenly Dharma to go to Mount Meru and ask for the supreme Buddha treasure. When Fa Tian arrived at the entrance of the Saint Palace, he was dumbfounded. The palace doors were originally closed, but now they were wide open. How could this be? When the sons of Buddha caught sight of this, they were stunned as well. This wasn't any ordinary Buddha palace. This was the place where the ancient Buddha, Lord, resided. It was the extreme Tao Buddha palace. Someone actually barged into the extreme Tao Buddha palace? Was this even possible? However, the scene in front of him was really happening. The door of the Buddha palace was wide open, and he could see some of the scenery inside. Inside, there was Buddha light lingering around. It seemed to be a golden Buddha realm. Sumeru's storage ring, Buddhist kingdom in the palm. This Buddhist palace wasn't what it looked like on the surface. There was another universe inside. But other than heavenly Dharma and the other 18 sons of Buddha, no one knew what was inside. What's going on? Even the quasi-Buddhist heavenly Dharma couldn't help but change his expression at this moment. Could it be that other sons of Buddha had entered the sacred palace? Impossible. In the heavenly Buddha sect, other than himself and the other 17 sons of Buddha, how could there be another son of Buddha who had the ability to enter the saint palace? Grand Elder, the long-browed old monk walked over. His expression wasn't too good either. The 18 sons of Buddha were all here, and none of them had left. Fellow Buddhist, who are you? Please come out and meet me. Heavenly Dharma was shocked and enraged. He knew that over the countless years, the number of sons of Buddha who were recognized by Kittagarbha and entered the heavenly Buddha path was definitely not limited to these 100 people. Entering the heavenly Buddha path was difficult, but exiting the heavenly Buddha path wasn't difficult at all. Inside the heavenly Buddha path, there was an array formation that could transport people to the outside world. There were many arhats who had entered the heavenly Buddha path earlier than him. Not to mention, the heavenly Buddha path was so big, like a small world, it was impossible for him to search every corner of the heavenly Buddha path. Even if there were senior monks cultivating in seclusion somewhere in the heavenly Buddha path, this was still a possibility. No one thought that it was an outsider who barged into the holy palace. One had to know the heavenly Buddha path was a heaven and earth refined by the ancient Buddhist lords. Without the recognition of the Buddha light of salvation, outsiders would never be able to enter. Therefore, in the heavenly Buddha Tao, there were only arhats who were recognized by the universal Buddha light, and there were absolutely no outsiders. No one in the sacred palace responded. At the peak of Mount Meru, only the voice of quasi-Buddha sage, heavenly Dharma, reverberated. The group of sons of Buddha behind heavenly Dharma were extremely shocked. In this heavenly Buddha Tao, there was actually someone who didn't follow the heavenly laws. This was something that hadn't happened in 1,000 years. One had to know that in the heavenly Buddha path, there were only about 100 arhats recognized by the universal Buddha light. Among these 100 people, only heavenly Dharma was a quasi-Buddha sage. A quasi-Buddha sage was the strongest person recognized by the great Tao of heaven and earth. In a world without saints, a quasi-sage was already the strongest existence. Which Buddhist friend is it? Since you are already here, why not come out and meet me? Heavenly Dharma didn't dare to be slow. One had to know that it wasn't an easy task to open the gates of the sacred palace. However, the sacred palace was still silent. No one came out to respond to the number one expert of the heavenly Buddha path. This way, everyone felt uneasy. Could it be that in the heavenly Buddha path, there was really an existence that could ignore heavenly Dharma? Rumble! Suddenly, the entire Mount Meru shook. The energy waves coming from the bottom of Mount Meru shook this legendary, supreme, sacred mountain of the Buddhist sects. Everyone's expression changed. This was the power of the 18 ancient Buddhist weapons clashing with the devil fetus. The vast destructive power shook the entire Mount Meru. This was the power of a saint. The power of the 18 ancient Buddhist weapons was enough to shake the world. However, the devil fetus seemed to be even more powerful and terrifying. It didn't seem to be at a disadvantage against the 18 ancient Buddhist weapons. Great Elder, we are running out of time. Another Buddhist half-sage behind heavenly Dharma couldn't help but speak. If they hesitated, the great devil born from the devil fetus would break through the seal of the 18 ancient Buddhist weapons. Heavenly Dharma pondered for a moment and walked towards the gates of the sacred palace. No one understood the sacred palace better than him. This sacred palace wasn't a place that anyone could enter. The long-browed old monk and the other Buddhist half-sage followed behind heavenly Dharma and entered the sacred palace. The other arhats stood still. This was because they knew that even if they entered, they could only walk around the periphery. It would be difficult for them to enter the depths of the sacred palace. In fact, even heavenly Dharma himself couldn't get close to the depths of the sacred palace. Fortunately, the supreme Buddhist treasure that heavenly Dharma wanted to summon wasn't stored in the depths of the sacred palace. Otherwise, even heavenly Dharma himself wouldn't be able to do anything. Outsiders. How could there be outsiders here? As soon as heavenly Dharma entered the sacred palace, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He sensed something strange. It didn't seem like Buddhist disciples had entered the sacred palace. Thinking of this, no matter how calm heavenly Dharma was, he was shocked to the extreme. There were only arhats in the heavenly Buddhist path. Since ancient times, no outsiders had ever entered. After entering the sacred palace, heavenly Dharma stopped. He reached out his hand and swiped the void in front of him. A golden Buddhist aura appeared, and an image appeared on the light screen. Heavenly Dharma was displaying the Buddhist Dharma, replaying the image of the past. On the golden light screen, two people appeared in front of the sacred palace. A handsome young cultivator stepped forward and used a technique to break the Buddhist restriction on the gates of the sacred palace. Then, the other young cultivator stepped forward and pushed the gates open. It's those two? The sloppy monk witnessed this scene from outside the sacred palace. He couldn't help but be shocked. He never thought that those two would be so bold as to intrude into the sacred palace of the Buddhist path. The sacred palace, left behind by the ancient Buddhist lord, was actually a place for Buddhist disciples to cultivate. From the outside to the inside, it was divided into 9 layers of heaven. Those with weak cultivation could only stay on the first layer. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1391. The dwelling place of the ancient Buddhist lord was definitely the most mysterious place in the world. Even the arhats of the heavenly Buddha path could not enter the depths of the holy palace. Each level of the holy palace required a corresponding level of cultivation and strength to enter. Each level was imprinted with the path of enlightenment of the Buddhist masters from different periods of time. Only arhats who succeeded in severing their Tao were qualified to enter the holy palace. However, only Grand Elder Heavenly Dharma could enter the second level of the holy palace. The others could only wander around the first level. Legend has it that only by passing through the 9 levels of the holy palace could one achieve the Buddhist Saint Tao fruit, cultivate the Buddhist Saint True Body, and become a saint among Buddhas, looking down on the world. However, even a demi-sage like Heavenly Dharma could only enter the second level of the holy palace. To pass through the 9 levels of the holy palace was no different from ascending to the 9 heavens. At this time, the crowd followed Grand Elder Heavenly Dharma into the first level of the Holy Palace. Here, Buddhist aura was everywhere, and there were wondrous Buddhist trees growing everywhere. It was a type of golden Buddhist tree. Its entire body looked as if it was cast from gold. Every branch, every leaf flowed with Buddhist aura. On the branches of some of the Buddhist trees, there were golden fruits the size of a fist. The fruits contained spiritual energy and were definitely a type of spiritual fruit. Is this the legendary Golden Buddha tree? Golden Buddha fruit, a spiritual root of heaven and earth. Some of the arhats were entering the Holy Palace for the first time. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Could this be the undying God tree that the ancient Buddhist Lord obtained? However, there was only one undying God tree, and it was a spiritual root of heaven and earth. Legend has it that the ancient Buddhist Lord was able to achieve Tao because of this undying God tree. Heavenly Dharma ignored these people. He directly displayed the supreme Buddhist Dharma, using the Buddhist arts to replay the past. The scenes of Gu Fei and He Tian entering the Heavenly Buddha path appeared on the Buddhist aura in front of Heavenly Dharma. What? An outsider actually entered the Heavenly Buddha path and even barged into the Holy Palace. How is this possible? The arhats were dumbfounded. This was unprecedented. How could an outsider enter the Heavenly Buddha path? One had to know that this was the supreme Buddhist land of bliss that the ancient Buddhist Lord refined. Am I seeing things? Some of the sons of Buddha couldn't believe what they were seeing. Only the sons of Buddha, recognized by the universal Buddha light, could enter the Heavenly Buddha path. This rule was set by the ancient Buddhist Lord, and no one had ever broken it. Heavenly Fa waved his hand, and the mirror, like Buddhist light in front of him, immediately disappeared. Grand Elder, this! The old monk's snow-white eyebrows were trembling. Even though he had the cultivation and strength of a semi-sage, it was difficult for him to remain calm at this time. Heavenly Law didn't say anything, but his expression was ugly to behold. Someone actually dared to take advantage of the Buddha land's demonic influence. Not only did they break into the Heavenly Buddha path, they even broke into the Holy Palace. This was a humiliation to all the arhats of the Heavenly Buddha sect. Swoosh! Fa Tian's figure instantly vanished on the spot. The monk and the other half-saint were stunned, and then they seemed to have thought of something, causing them to be extremely shocked. The first level of the Holy Palace was like a boundless golden world. Here, golden trees could be seen everywhere. However, these trees weren't the legendary immortal golden Buddha tree. This was because there was only one immortal golden Buddha tree in this world. It was obtained by the ancient Buddhist Lord and became the supreme tree of Buddhism. Some of the sons of Buddha had already vaguely guessed that this immortal golden Buddha tree was most likely in the Holy Palace. Even if the golden tree in the first level of the Holy Palace wasn't the legendary golden Buddha tree, it was most likely a rare species. The golden spiritual fruits on the branches contained a huge amount of spiritual energy, which was a type of auspicious spiritual energy that was close to Buddhist energy. This isn't the golden Buddha tree, nor is it the golden Buddha fruit, but it's also a type of spiritual fruit. After consuming it, it can increase one's cultivation. The monk said, "Then, can we?" The sloppy monk looked at the golden fruits on the branches of the golden tree, and his eyes lit up. This was the first time he entered the Holy Palace, so he didn't know that there were such spiritual fruits in the first level of the Holy Palace. Fellow Buddhists, please help yourselves, the long-browed monk said as he sat on the ground with his legs crossed. He began to inhale and exhale Buddhist energy and entered a meditative state to cultivate. The golden Buddhist light around him immediately gathered towards him. The Buddhist energy there was extremely abundant, far more than any other blessed enclave could compare to. The Buddhist energy here could be easily refined, and cultivating in such a place was not as simple as getting twice the results with half the effort. The other half-sage also sat down. They were quietly waiting for news because the great elder of Law Heaven had already gone to the second level of the Holy Palace. The two outsiders had probably already broken into the second level of the Holy Palace. The sloppy monk didn't stand on ceremony. He directly flew up and plucked a spiritual fruit from the branch of the golden tree, then opened his mouth and took a bite. Golden juice flowed from the spiritual fruit in the sloppy monk's hand, and a refreshing fruit fragrance lingered in the void. The sloppy monk only felt a wave of essence chi directly enter his elixir field and then spread throughout his body, making him feel extremely comfortable. All the pores on his body opened up. He was surprised and delighted. Although this kind of spiritual fruit couldn't compare to the legendary golden Buddha fruit, its medicinal power was actually effective even for Buddhist powerhouses who had already cut their paths. After the sloppy monk ate a golden fruit, the Buddhist energy in his body surged. He felt that his cultivation seemed to be showing signs of breaking through. He hurriedly sat down with his legs crossed and then used a great Buddhist technique to refine the surging essence chi in his body. When the other sons of Buddha saw this, they also followed suit and plucked the golden spiritual fruit from the golden tree, then consumed it. At this time, increasing their cultivation and strength was the most important. The two Buddhist half-sages and the other 15 sons of Buddha were all frequent visitors to the first level of the Holy Palace. They didn't touch the spiritual fruit on the golden tree, but instead headed towards a few important places in the first level of the Holy Palace. They wanted to check if those places had been visited by those two fellows. The first level of the Holy Palace was enveloped by a layer of blurry golden Buddha chi. The flowers, grass, and trees were all tainted with Buddha chi and filled with spirituality. This place was very spacious, and there were very few buildings. In the first level of the Holy Palace, the ancient Buddhist master didn't set up any difficulties to train the group of sons of Buddha. This place was like a place to help people comprehend the Tao. However, there were a few supreme Buddhist treasures in the Buddhist sects hidden here. At the top of a spiritual mountain, there was an ancient pagoda standing there. This was a pagoda that didn't attract any attention. The simple and unadorned pagoda gave people a feeling of grandeur. At this time, a few figures arrived at the bottom of the spiritual mountain, then ascended the spiritual mountain and arrived in front of the pagoda. When those few people arrived in front of the pagoda, they were all stunned. This pagoda that was only about 30 feet tall and was built with green bricks actually had a huge hole in it. Buddha finger, Sarara, those few sons of Buddha, were shocked and hurriedly went forward to check. In the pagoda, there was a piece of the legendary finger bone that was formed when the ancient Buddhist master underwent nirvana. The supreme Buddhist treasure is gone. Those few sons of Buddha were extremely shocked. The Buddha finger Sarira that was worshipped in the pagoda was actually taken away by someone. From the looks of the damage on the pagoda, it seemed like it was just destroyed by someone. The same thing happened in a few other important places in the first level of the Holy Palace. The Buddhist treasures that were worshipped in those places were forcefully taken away. It must be the doing of those two demons. The group of sons of Buddha was extremely furious, but there was nothing they could do. They had practically searched the entire first level of the Holy Palace, but they couldn't find any traces of those two demons. Those two demons should have barged into the second level of the Holy Palace. With the cultivation of these sons of Buddha, it was impossible for them to enter the second level of the Holy Palace. They could only guard the first level of the Holy Palace. This unprecedented thing actually happened today. The sons of Buddha in the first level of the Holy Palace all felt a sense of helplessness. The current situation was very disadvantageous to the Buddhist sections. All the sons of Buddha were looking forward to Grand Elder Dharma, pulling those two demons out of the Holy Palace. However, that Grand Elder Dharma didn't appear even after a long time. At this moment, in the second level of the Holy Palace, Dharma was intercepting those two demons that had barged into the Holy Palace. The aura of a quasi-sage spread out, and the entire heaven and earth was shaking. The second level of the Holy Palace didn't have any golden Buddhist chi. In fact, there wasn't even any spiritual chi. This was a barren land, and there wasn't even a temple in such a place. This was a land of training. There wasn't anything here, not even a trace of spiritual chi. There wasn't any help here, and one had to rely on oneself to pass through everything. Gu Fei and He Tian had already barged into this barren land for around 2 hours. In front of their eyes was an endless stretch of sand, and the scenery was the same. A place like this would drive people crazy. Just as Gu Fei and He Tian had just gotten some insights, they were suddenly intercepted by a middle-aged monk. Moreover, they could feel that this monk didn't come with good intentions. 2 benefactors. There's no need for me to say anything more. Just surrender. Dharma placed his palms together and chanted. His body was covered in Buddhist light, and a golden disk of Buddhist light appeared behind his head. It was as if a Buddha had descended. A quasi-sage. Gu Fei's eyes narrowed when he saw this middle-aged monk. Although the other party didn't release any earth-shattering aura, he still felt a great pressure. Boss! He Tian heard this and couldn't help but look at Gu Fei. This bald man was actually a quasi-sage. This shocked him greatly. A quasi-sage. Unless a sage appeared, a quasi-sage was invincible. What a joke! Gu Fei's words were incomparably cold. Even though this monk was a quasi-sage, he was a little too arrogant to ask him to surrender the moment he arrived. If that's the case, this old monk will start killing. Excellent, excellent. Fa Tian had a compassionate expression on his face, but the matter he was talking about was the matter of killing. Although he looked like a middle-aged man, his voice was slightly older. Excellent, you big baldy. I can't stand people like you who are pretending to be compassionate. He Tian hid behind Gu Fei as he pointed at Dharma and scolded him. With Gu Fei around, He Tian wasn't afraid of this big baldy. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1392. The number 1 expert of the Heavenly Buddha Path, Heavenly Dharma, intercepted Gu Fei and He Tian in the second layer of the Holy Palace, intending to kill them. Big baldy, you want to send us off? Be careful that I don't send you off. He Tian, who was hiding behind Gu Fei, looked at Fatian disdainfully and said, although Fatian was a sage-to-be, Gu Fei used his martial arts to slay the Tao. His combat strength was so strong that even my Tian couldn't see through it. Excellent. Heavenly Dharma's face was filled with benevolence, but Gu Fei and He Tian felt a great pressure. An extreme sense of danger enveloped them in an instant. Shwa! At this time, Heavenly Dharma's giant hand reached out, grabbing towards Gu Fei and He Tian. The golden palm expanded infinitely, enveloping the entire heaven and earth. In this place, where there wasn't even a trace of immortal chi, one had to rely on one's own Buddhism energy to display supreme techniques. Moreover, the amount of Buddhism energy consumed by these techniques couldn't be replenished. In other words, in the second layer of the Holy Palace, whether it was Buddhism energy or immortal chi, the more one used it, the less spiritual energy one would be able to absorb. The second layer of the Holy Palace was like the sea of bitterness that Buddhists spoke of. Only by crossing this sea of bitterness with one's own strength could one achieve enlightenment and reach the other shore. The second layer of the Holy Palace was like the sea of bitterness that Buddhists spoke of. Only by crossing this sea of bitterness with one's own strength could one achieve enlightenment and reach the other shore. Humph. Gu Fei sneered. He directly punched out towards Heavenly Dharma's giant hand. In this place, any kind of innate technique would be suppressed, unable to display their full power. Boom! The void trembled as Gu Fei's fist collided with Heavenly Dharma's giant hand. Transparent ripples appeared in the void, spreading out in all directions. Bang! Gu Fei took a step back, causing the ground to shake violently. The ground beneath his feet undulated violently like waves. Monk Facian's body swayed a little, but he did not take a step back. This He Tian, who was hiding behind Gu Fei, was sent flying tens of feet away. His heart was trembling. If it wasn't for Gu Fei, he would have been killed by Heavenly Dharma's Buddha hand. A demi-saint is indeed extraordinary. Even Gu Fei secretly nodded. This big baldy was incomparably strong, and his physical body was equally strong. However, compared to him, he was still a little weaker. Eat my fist. Gu Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind as he took a step forward. His right fist exuded a resplendent chi aura, as if a divine sun had appeared between heaven and earth. Bam! With a single punch, the entire heavens and earth crumbled. The fist energy contained the purest yang energy, like the eruption of 100,000 volcanoes, had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Facing such a punch, even Heavenly Dharma's expression changed. It was too strong. How could time have such a powerful physical body? It wasn't a divine ability, nor was it a magical art. It was a battle technique, simple and direct. One punch could break through any divine ability. It was the embodiment of the strongest power in the heavens and earth. The path of martial arts was actually a direction of cultivation. Whether one could achieve the Tao depended on one's luck and cultivation. The peerless martial ancestor only pointed out a path for the future generations to become a saint. Gu Fei had embarked on this path, and the source of his strength was his physical body. Although it was extremely difficult to achieve the Tao, once he succeeded, he would become the king of the saints, invincible among those of the same cultivation level. Whoosh! Heavenly Dharma immediately retreated. He could tell that facing Gu Fei head-on was not a wise move. His opponent's combat strength was too strong. Boom! Gu Fei's fist landed, causing the entire space to turn chaotic. Even with the sealing force of the ancient Buddhist Lord, it was useless. The space within 100 zhang radius was pierced through. The power of Gu Fei's punch had exceeded Heavenly Dharma's estimation. This place was sealed by the power of the ancient Buddhist Lord. Even if Heavenly Dharma used his full strength, he still wouldn't be able to break through this space. The second level of the Saint Palace was a training ground set up by the Buddhist Lord throughout the ages to train the sons of Buddha who came later. When divine arts and spells were used here, the power of the divine arts and spells would be greatly weakened. Boundless Dharma. Dharma Tian flew up into the sky and sat cross-legged in the sky. His entire body shone with Buddha light as the shadow of a great Buddha appeared from his body. It was as if an ancient Buddha had descended into the world. Buddha energy filled the sky and earth. This was a peerless divine ability of the Buddhist sect. It was able to draw upon the power of the great Tao of Buddhism. A holy aura was emitted from the silhouette of the great Buddha. Heaven and earth avatar. Seeing this, Gu Fei's eyes narrowed. This great monk was quite impressive to be able to display such a divine ability in a place like this. Rumble! A golden Buddhist light descended from the sky towards Gu Fei and He Tian. The powerful Buddhist energy suppressed everything. It was as if the entire sky was sinking. The mighty Buddhist energy caused the entire ground to tremble. Where did this powerful baldy come from? He Tian couldn't help but tremble in fear. The opponent was too powerful. Even in this place, the divine ability of the Buddhist sect was already so powerful. If he were to use it in the outside world, without the suppressive force, wouldn't he be able to destroy an entire region? In here, even if you are a quasi-saint, you might not be my opponent. Gu Fei was incomparably confident. He stood on the ground and raised his head. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes like 2 sharp swords, sweeping towards the Buddha silhouette in the sky. Bam! Gu Fei followed up with a punch with his left fist. The dark yin energy surged out from his fist, freezing everything in its path. Even the void froze before it cracked and crumbled. yin on the left and yang on the right. Gu Fei displayed the yin-yang reincarnation fist. With an invincible fist intent, the power of yin and yang intertwined, raising the power of the yin-yang reincarnation fist to a frightening level. The golden Buddhist power was also frozen by the mysterious yin power, and then it shattered. Everything froze, and even the great Buddha's image froze. Bang! The Buddha's silhouette shattered in the void like a layer of transparent ice. Dharma Tian's supreme divine ability was broken by Gu Fei's fist. Dharma Tian was sent flying thousands of feet away. His entire body was covered in ice shards, and his body was trembling. It was obvious that he was frozen by Gu Fei's dark yin fist. Resplendent Buddhist light emitted from Dharma Tian's body, expelling all the cold air that invaded his body. His aura immediately increased. Immortal and martial dual cultivation. Dharma Tian had cultivated Buddhism for thousands of years, and his knowledge was extraordinary. He could already tell that Gu Fei was a celestial body. His entire body exuded celestial qi, but what this person displayed was a martial arts battle technique. Gu Fei didn't say anything. Because of the little monk Fan Xiao, he didn't have a good impression of these baldies. Moreover, they wanted to kill him right from the start, which made him even more unhappy. Swoosh! A purple divine light surged from his brow. The power of the celestial way was vast. It was as if a supreme divine eye was about to open, and the power of the celestial way was gathering. Buzz! The void vibrated, and a sword silhouette rushed out from Gu Fei's brow. It then turned into a purple sword of light and pierced towards Dharma Tian in the distance. Gu Fei used a supreme immortal technique. He used the power of his primordial spirit to form a sword and launched an extremely sharp attack at Dharma Tian. The primordial spirit sword was extremely fast, and it arrived in front of Dharma Tian in an instant. What? Dharma Tian felt great danger. It was as if his body and soul were about to be destroyed in the next moment. He couldn't help but be scared out of his wits. He quickly used a supreme Buddhist art to try and dodge. Dharma Tian's body suddenly became blurry. The primordial spirit sword instantly pierced through his blurry figure and flew back. It pierced through Dharma Tian's blurry figure again before flying back to Gu Fei. Swoosh! Dharma Tian's blurry figure condensed again. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden Buddhist blood. Although he used a Buddhist art, he was still heavily injured by the primordial spirit sword. The power of the primordial spirit sword was also suppressed by this world. It couldn't display its full power. Otherwise, Dharma Tian wouldn't just be injured. Immortal and martial dual cultivation, Dharma Tian was stunned by Gu Fei. How could there be such a freak in this world? How could there be a supreme martial and immortal cultivator at the same time? How could these two powers appear on the same person? What Dharma Tian didn't know was that Gu Fei hadn't come to the Holy Palace with his real body. His real body had already entered his inner world. Right now, this Gu Fei was his saint-grade puppet clone. 3 pure ones, shouted Gu Fei. His immortal energy surged, and his body became blurry. When his body condensed again, there were 3 identical Gu Fei in the sky. With the power of the saint-tier puppet clone, Gu Fei could easily use this immortal Dao secret technique. The combat strength of the 2 Dao clones was basically not much different from the main body. Seeing this, Dharma Tian felt a headache coming on. He couldn't even handle 1 Gu Fei. Now there were 3. How was he supposed to fight? Moreover, his power was suppressed in this place. He couldn't display his peak power. Although his opponents were also suppressed, their physical strength wasn't affected at all. Die! Shouted the 3 Gu Feis in unison, their killing intent sword as they charged at Dharma Tian. Of the 3 Gu Feis, only 1 was Gu Fei's real body. The other 2 were Dao bodies. It was difficult to tell the difference between a Dao body and a real body. But if the Dao body was killed, the real body would also be affected. Although they wouldn't die, their vitality would be damaged. The three Gu Feis punched at Dharma Tian at the same time. The power of yin and yang sealed off all of Dharma Tian's paths of retreat. Roar! Dharma Tian roared. The image of the great Buddha that Gu Fei had shattered earlier appeared on his body again. The great Buddha smiled and delivered all living things from suffering. He seemed to have turned into a supreme Buddha, radiating endless Buddhist light. The attacks from the three Gu Feis were blocked by the vast Buddhist light. Myriad Buddhas greeting. The sound of Buddha rang out between heaven and earth, and many great Buddhas materialized in the Buddha light. All the Buddhas turned their palms outward, and boundless Buddhist power spread out, sending Gu Fei's real body and Taoist body flying at the same time. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1393. Countless Buddhist shadows appeared between the heavens and the earth. Terrifying Buddhist power erupted, and the entire world was filled with figures that emitted terrifying fluctuations. These figures were like the incarnations of the Supreme Buddha, and the supreme chanting of sutras lingered between the heavens and earth. This kind of Buddhist voice made Gu Fei's mind tremble. In the Buddhist voice, there seemed to be a force that made Gu Fei and He Tian want to convert. Even Gu Fei, who had a firm mind, almost lost his mind. As the Buddhist voice entered his ears, He Tian became even more confused. The power of yin and yang in his body surged and showed signs of losing control. Fortunately, he was also a man with a firm mind. At the critical moment, he bit the tip of his tongue and used the pain to wake himself up. Even so, Gu Fei and He Tian suffered a great impact. Gu Fei's Taoist body collapsed in the void, and He Tian's body almost collapsed. How is this possible? Gu Fei and He Tian were incomparably shocked. This place had been set up by the ancient Buddhist lord to suppress all divine abilities and magical arts. Casting divine abilities and magical arts in this place would be suppressed, and they would not be able to display their true power. But now, Heavenly Dharma had unleashed a great Buddhist technique. The 10,000 Buddhas greeting technique shook the heavens and earth, sending Gu Fei and Mahakala flying. Countless Buddha shadows appeared and disappeared. Dharma was like the myriad Buddhist sect master, sitting cross-legged in the sky and accepting the worship of tens of thousands of Buddhas. It was as if he had become the incarnation of the ancient Buddhist lord. This, Gu Fei felt the surging and unstoppable power and couldn't help but change his expression. He knew that the power of the Buddhist technique displayed by Dharma was far more than this. It probably didn't even have 1/10 of its power. The second level of the Holy Palace had the power to suppress all divine powers and spells. No matter how powerful one's divine powers and spells were, they would all be suppressed here. Gu Fei's 3 pure immortal technique was also suppressed, and the power of his Taoist body was far less powerful than usual. The collapse of his Taoist body was a great shock to him. Even though his primordial spirit was protected by the saint-level puppet doppelganger, he still felt that his primordial spirit was almost knocked out of the saint-level puppet doppelganger by the power of the 1,000 Buddhas worshipping technique. A saint level is so powerful, Gu Fei was inwardly startled. No wonder a quasi-sage was more powerful and frightening than a half-sage. They weren't even on the same level. A quasi-sage was much more powerful than a half-sage. Boss, a saint-tier aura descended from the sky. He Tian was so suppressed by this aura that he couldn't even stand up straight. Fortunately, he had a saint weapon to protect him. The formless divine sword released a wave of sword energy that protected Mahakala within it, negating most of the Buddha sage's might that came crashing down from the sky. Swish! Gu Fei opened his inner world and took He Tian into it. A battle of this level was no longer something a half-step almighty like He Tian could intervene in. Inner world. When Dharma saw Gu Fei open his inner world, he couldn't help but be shocked. He never thought that Gu Fei could cultivate an inner world. This person's talent in cultivation was too heaven-defying. The inner world was different from the inner space. With the cultivation of a saint-level almighty, his inner world was only a few miles in radius, and the spiritual chi inside was also very thin. Almighty existences could only open up an inner space, but it was difficult to open up a heaven and earth. Not all existences above the mortal realm could create a heaven and earth. To create a heaven and earth, one must first evolve the heaven and earth. To evolve the heaven and earth, one must first understand the heaven and earth. Only by understanding the existence of all things in the heaven and earth and having a certain understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth could one open up an inner world. Gu Fei was an anomaly. He was able to open up an inner world because of the chaotic origin embryo inside the mountain and river cauldron. The chaotic origin embryo was the origin of the heaven and earth. Since Gu Fei had dissolved the origin of the heaven and earth, he could naturally use the origin power of the heaven and earth to open up his own little world. He didn't need to understand the great Tao of heaven and earth. My own heaven and earth, I am the supreme. Let's see how you fight me. Gu Fei's long hair danced in the wind. He activated the inner world power in his dantian. A wave of inner world power spread out from his dantian. It first enveloped his body, then spread out in all directions. Rumble, the immortal Tao power that was suppressed on Gu Fei, was no longer restrained. It surged out from his body like a mountain torrent, causing the void around him to tremble. However, Gu Fei soon realized that his inner heaven and earth energy could only spread to a radius of around 100 zhang, and that was his limit. Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised. The 1,000-year-old Buddhist Lord's methods were too brilliant. Even the inner world power was suppressed by the inner world power. This is more than enough. Gu Fei knew that a radius of 100 feet around him would be his opponent's forbidden zone. Within this range, he could use the saint-grade puppet's power to his heart's content. A wave of saintly aura spread out from his saint-grade puppet, shocking even heavenly Dharma up in the sky. My own heaven and earth, evolving the universal laws. Heavenly Dharma couldn't help but be moved. He could sense that within 100 feet around Gu Fei was the supreme god who ruled over everything. At this time, Gu Fei's real body was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak in his inner world. He fully activated the inner world power and poured it into the saint-grade puppet. In the dantian of the saint-grade puppet avatar, a vortex visible to the naked eye appeared, from which the power of heaven and earth surged out. The clone is like me. Gu Fei displayed a supreme immortal Tao divine ability from the anti-void secret technique and linked his own aura with the saint-grade puppet. Invisible tentacles spread out from his body and penetrated into the void. They penetrated the void and entered the body of the saint-grade puppet in the outside world. With the addition of the primordial spirit and the support of the immortal Tao secret technique, Gu Fei's control over the saint-grade puppet had reached 100%. The myriad Buddha greeting heavenly Dharma sat cross-legged in the sky with a solemn expression. His whole body emitted a boundless Buddhist light. Shadows of Buddhas constantly appeared around him, and supreme Buddhist chants lingered between heaven and earth. Rumble, the powerful myriad Buddha power, crushed the void and shook the sky. However, no matter how powerful the Buddhist power that came down from the sky was, it could not reach within 100 feet of Gu Fei. Gu Fei's saint-grade avatar released a vast amount of inner world energy to resist the 10,000 Buddha power. The 10,000 Buddha power was unable to cause any impact to Gu Fei's saint-grade avatar. I told you can't beat me. It seems that it's better for me to release you from purgatory. Gu Fei was extremely confident. Immortal Tao power surged from his body, and 9 rays of immortal light appeared around him. The power of a saint-grade immortal was released from his body. You demon! Heavenly Dharma was shocked. He never thought that his opponent had hidden his strength. However, he soon realized that there was something strange about his opponent. Swoosh! Gu Fei did not say anything else. He directly operated the power of his Yuan spirit and turned it into a purple Tao sword. He then shot it towards Heavenly Dharma, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky like a real Buddha. The purple Tao soared for tens of thousands of feet and emitted a powerful sword aura that caused the world to lose its color. It cut through the void, and countless Buddhas were destroyed by the sword light. This was the power of a saint-grade immortal. It was extremely powerful, even though it was shot out 100 feet away and was suppressed by the outside world. It still displayed terrifying power. The myriad Buddha power was torn apart by the Yuan Spirit Tao sword. The tip of the sword pointed straight at Heavenly Dharma, who was among the Buddhas. This sword strike made even Heavenly Dharma's heart palpitate. The power of this supreme immortal Tao technique was too heaven-defying. If he was in the outside world, he would not be a match for this demon. However, this was the second level of the holy palace set up by the Buddhist Lord. There was a sealing power here that suppressed all techniques and the power of the Yuan Spirit Tao sword. Swoosh! A golden Buddhist sword rushed out from the back of Heavenly Dharma's head and turned into 1,000 feet long golden light that met the Yuan Spirit Tao sword. Clang! The sword light formed by the golden Buddhist sword collided with Gu Fei's Yuan Spirit Tao sword. A metallic sound was heard, and the extremely sharp sword aura shot out in all directions. Countless black holes appeared in the void. The golden Buddhist sword that Heavenly Dharma struck out blocked Gu Fei's Yuan Spirit Tao sword. However, the golden sword light collapsed, and the Buddhist sword was knocked away. Gu Fei's Yuan Spirit Tao sword also dissipated in the void. Buddhist sacred weapon? Gu Fei's eyes narrowed when he saw this scene. He had already expected that this Baldi had a saint-grade Buddhist weapon. How could a Heavenly Dharma sage not have a saint-grade Buddhist weapon? Moreover, there were many Buddhist sacred weapons. The ancient Buddhas of the past had left behind sacred weapons. Most of the Buddhist sacred weapons were kept in the Heavenly Buddha sect. As a Heavenly Buddha sect's demi-sage, how could he not have a Buddhist sacred weapon? Buzz! The golden Buddhist sword that was knocked away vibrated. Heavenly Dharma used his supreme Buddhist power to guide it back into his hand. On the Buddhist sword, a one Buddhist seal appeared faintly, and a saint-grade sword aura rippled out from it. The saint-grade ripples from the Buddhist sword could not be suppressed even in this part of the world. This Buddhist weapon was most likely a Buddhist weapon refined by a Buddhist great sage. Humph, you're not the only one with a sacred weapon. Gu Fei sneered. Then, a golden saber light rushed out from his body. The saber light wrapped around a golden saber, and a saint-grade sword aura spread out. This was Gu Fei's spoils of war from the battle in the land of the buried saints. It was a saint-grade golden saber. The golden battle saber emitted an extremely sharp, murderous aura, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. This was a murderous saber that had slain countless experts. Sacred weapon! Heavenly Dharma felt a headache when he saw that Gu Fei had also taken out a sacred weapon. What was this guy's background? Not only did he break into the Heavenly Buddha sect, but he also entered the sacred palace set up by the ancient Buddhas, and he even has a sacred weapon on him. The power of a saint-grade saint filled this part of the world. Both sides had used their own trump cards. A great battle was inevitable. Who would win and who would lose was still unknown. Target equals _ blank. Chapter 1394. Gu Fei and Dharma Tian were facing each other. One had to admit that the cultivation and strength of a quasi-saint was too strong. He was only half a step away from becoming a saint, possessing unimaginable strength and divine abilities. Bzzz. Fatian sat cross-legged, high up in the sky. A Buddhist sword floated above his head, emitting vibrating noises and ripples of saint-level Buddhist energy. Dharma Tian was like an ancient Buddha descending into the world, using the power of the great Tao of Buddhism to strengthen himself. At this moment, the sealing force of this part of the world couldn't suppress him anymore. With Dharma Tian's cultivation and strength, he should be able to enter the third layer of the Holy Palace, but he didn't try to open the path there. Meet God, kill God, meet Buddha, kill Buddha, Gu Fei murmured to himself. Immortal energy surged from his body, and the Tao marks on his Saint Tier puppet clone were all stimulated. An indomitable aura radiated from his body. He pointed his sword at Dharma Tian as his long hair danced in the wind. His eyes emitted a dazzling divine light, like two sharp blades of light, sweeping towards Dharma Tian in the sky. Merciful Buddha! Dharma Tian chanted the name of Buddha. Buddhist energy surged from his body, filling every inch of space in the sky. It was the complete opposite of Gu Fei's soaring, killing intent. Mercy my ass, eat my blade! Gu Fei roared as his aura rose to its peak. He then slashed out with all his might. Boundless martial energy surged towards the golden saber in his hand. Swish! A beam of golden light shot out from the golden battle saber. The saber chi from the golden battle saber pierced through the heaven and earth, breaking through the layers of Buddha chi and slashing towards Dharma, who was sitting cross-legged in the sky. The entire world trembled under Gu Fei's attack. The golden saber was a holy weapon. Under Gu Fei's full power, the golden saber emitted terrifying waves of energy. A saint's might appeared between heaven and earth. Bzzz. The Buddhist sword hovering above Dharma's head also emitted an endless amount of sword light. A vast amount of Buddhist energy frantically gathered towards the Buddhist sword. Then, the Buddhist sword transformed into a ray of golden light and rushed down from the sky. The Buddha sword also emitted the fluctuations of a sage, and the aura of a Buddha sage filled the sky and earth. Clang! A metallic clang resounded through the 9 heavens. The unparalleled saber light emitted by the golden saber clashed with the sword light formed by the Buddha sword, causing the entire void to collapse. Even with the sealing power laid down by the Buddhist Lord, it was difficult to suppress the power of a saint. It should be known that the Buddhist Lord had laid down the 9 Buddhist palaces to train the disciples of the Buddha sect. If there was a son of Buddha who was guided to the heavenly Buddha path and passed through the 9 Buddha palaces, he would be able to become a saint. The second level of the Buddha palace could not trap a sage. In other words, the power of a sage could penetrate the void of the second level of the Buddha palace and enter the higher level. Kill! Gu Fei held the saber in his hand and soared into the sky, defying the heavens and killing towards Dharma Tian. The golden saber light lit up the entire sky, and the power of a sage exploded, shaking the earth. Dharma Tian could no longer maintain his composure. He stood up, and his entire body emitted a boundless Buddha light. His entire being emitted a powerful and dangerous aura. It was as if he had turned into a victorious fighting Buddha. He caught the Buddha sword that was flying back to him, and with every step he took, there would be Buddha runes appearing under his feet, and he rushed towards Gu Fei. Boom! The golden saber and the Buddha sword clashed fiercely again. The saber light and the sword chi shot out in all directions, piercing through the void. The 2 figures quickly separated, and in the next moment they clashed again. The powerful Buddha energy and martial Tao true energy filled the sky, and the 2 experts fought fiercely. Both of them had the power of a sage, and the sealing power of the second level of the Buddha palace could not suppress such power. The void around Gu Fei and Dharma Tian turned into chaos. Wherever the 2 of them passed, the void was constantly cracking and shattering. Swoosh! Gu Fei's saber slashed on Dharma Tian's left shoulder, almost cutting off his left arm, and the Buddha sword also left a bloody hole under Gu Fei's thigh. The 2 of them completely disregarded their own injuries and fought crazily. Golden Buddha blood flew everywhere, and bright martial body blood dripped down from the sky. Both of them were injured to different degrees. You have cultivated the Buddhist sex, Vajra body. Gu Fei was more and more shocked as the battle went on. Dharma Tian's Buddha body was too strong, and it could actually fight with his mighty martial body. Moreover, Dharma Tian's qi and blood were extremely strong. One should know that when it came to the strength of the body, the human clan martial body was definitely the best in the world. This was because the human clan martial body had unlimited potential to improve as one's cultivation increased. This was something that even innate divine beasts could not compare to. Although the divine beasts' bodies were also extremely strong, it was an innate talent that was very difficult to improve. However, the ancient Buddhist Lord had also created a body refining technique, which was the Buddha sex, Vajra body. Legend has it that when this body refining technique was cultivated to the highest level, one's body would be so strong that it could even compete with the undying martial body. Gu Fei knew that he had met his match this time. This opponent had cultivated the Buddha sex, Vajra body, and he was also a sage-to-be. His body was so strong that it could actually compete with a saint-level puppet avatar. Clang! Gu Fei blocked Dharma Tian's sword, then punched his left fist towards Dharma Tian's chest. A ball of black light appeared on his left fist, like a black sun appearing between heaven and earth. An extremely strong, mysterious yin energy exploded from his left fist. This punch was enough to freeze thousands of miles. Even Dharma Tian did not dare to take it head-on and was immediately sent flying. At this time, in Gu Fei's inner world, his real body was sitting cross-legged on top of a mountain peak. He was using the anti-void secret technique to connect his aura with the saint-level puppet avatar's aura. In this way, it was like Gu Fei's real body was fighting against Dharma Tian. He could feel the slightest changes on the saint-level puppet avatar. The power of heaven and earth continuously spread out from his puppet avatar. Within a radius of 100 zhang, he was like a supreme god that could control everything. However, Dharma Tian had also cultivated his inner world. He was also using the power of heaven and earth to fight against Gu Fei. A golden world appeared and disappeared around Dharma Tian. The vast power of heaven and earth kept colliding with Gu Fei's inner world. A world also appeared around Gu Fei's saint-level puppet avatar. The power of heaven and earth was vast. He wanted to pull Dharma Tian into his inner world, but his opponent's inner world resisted the power of heaven and earth that was produced by his own inner world. Boom! Dharma Tian struck out with her left palm, and a Buddhist seal with a character of 10,000 appeared in the center of her palm. A vast Buddhist power surged out from her palm, blocking the dark yin chill that was coming at her. The golden Buddhist light was frozen by the yin cold qi that was coming from Gu Fei's fist. The power of his martial body had transformed into the power of yin and yang. Inside his body, yin and yang coexisted and evolved the profound meaning of the Great Path. This was a path that Gu Fei had explored himself. It was different from the others. He first cultivated the 5 elements and then cultivated yin and yang. He went against the flow, and his body had already produced a wisp of chaotic qi. The 5 elements turned into yin and yang turned into chaotic qi. This was Gu Fei's path of transformation. If he could cultivate the chaotic martial body, then he could become a martial saint. Gu Fei was an orphan. He was brought to Taishan Mountain by his master when he was a child and entered the celestial gate to cultivate. He only had one goal, and that was to become the most powerful existence in the world. He wanted to become an immortal martial saint. The golden Buddhist power was frozen and then collapsed. Gu Fei's punch was unstoppable. The entire void was like a fine porcelain, and countless cracks appeared in the space. Dharma retreated tens of thousands of feet. He used the Buddha steps, and lotuses appeared with each step. His speed was extremely fast, but even so, a layer of white frost appeared on his body. What a powerful yin power Dharma could not help but be frightened. His whole body was cold, and he had to use the Buddhist power in his body to fight against the cold chi that was attacking him. In just an instant, the cold on Dharma's body was driven away by the Buddhist power in his body. Gu Fei used the void steps. With just one step, he was in front of Dharma. He jumped up high and held the blade with both hands. He came down from above and slashed at Dharma's head. Under Gu Fei's full strength, almost all of the golden saber's power was unleashed. A terrifying saber aura spread out in all directions, enveloping the entire area. This was a domineering slash. The powerful blade, Qi, directly tore through the void. Wherever the blade light passed, the void was silently annihilated. This slash was enough to cut through everything. Gu Fei's essence, Qi, and spirit were all reflected in this slash. His aura rose to its peak in an instant, and the power of the saint-level puppet avatar was almost completely activated. This slash was already comparable to the power displayed by a sage. Dharma's expression changed. The golden blade had not yet fallen, but he already felt great danger. He had a feeling that he would die from this slash. Boom! Just as Gu Fei's golden blade was about to fall, the golden world behind Dharma emitted a powerful force of heaven and earth. Then the void where Dharma was began to shatter. Dharma's body was swallowed by the black hole formed by the shattered void. Trying to escape, Gu Fei was shocked to see this. His opponent was running away without a fight. This Baldi seemed to have opened up a passage to the void. A powerful force of heaven and earth came from the collapsed black hole. Open for me. Gu Fei let out a furious roar. The entire world shook along with his roar. His saber didn't stop and continued to slash downwards. Swoosh! It was as if a part of the world had been cut open. The golden saber seemed to have cut open a layer of cloth, and it actually cut open a 300-meter long hole in the wall between the second layer of the Holy Palace and the world behind the black hole. This is a strong force of life surged from behind the 300-meter long knife mark. Behind the knife mark was a world full of life and spiritual chi. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1395. Gu Fei and Dharma Tian were fighting in the second layer of the Saint Palace. Both of them had used their saint-level powers, and the second layer of the Saint Palace couldn't withstand such power. Swish! Gu Fei's aura was unstoppable. He slashed out with his saber, creating a 300-meter long hole in the void of the second layer of the Saint Palace. A heaven and earth. Gu Fei was shocked when he sensed the aura of life coming from the saber scar. He knew that he had entered the residence of the ancient Buddhist Lord. The place where the eternal Buddha, Lord, resided had a universe within it. It was refined by the eternal Buddha, Lord, into a place for the sons of Buddha to train. Gu Fei was also very daring. He actually barged into such a place with Mahakala. At this time, Dharma Tian had already entered the heaven and earth behind the saber scar. Boom! As soon as he entered the heaven and earth, Dharma Tian's body emitted an unimaginably powerful Buddhist aura. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth frantically gathered towards him. Dharma Tian's quasi-saint cultivation was no longer suppressed and had fully recovered. Buzz! The Buddhist sword in Dharma Tian's hand vibrated. Under the control of his quasi-saint cultivation, the sword emitted a Buddhist saint aura that could shake the heavens. Swish! Dharma Tian was like the incarnation of the victorious fighting Buddha. He directly slashed at Gu Fei, who was still in the second layer of the Saint Palace. A golden saber light instantly pierced through the heaven and earth behind the saber scar towards Gu Fei. This was the full power of Dharma Tian's quasi-saint cultivation. The Buddhist sword's power was almost completely stimulated and displayed a great divine might. The golden sword light directly tore through the void and destroyed everything. Its power was so great that it was comparable to Gu Fei's earlier heaven-shaking saber. What? Gu Fei felt the danger. Without thinking, he used the void steps and retreated 100 miles with a single step. He did not want to fight against heavenly Dharma head-on, because he had just unleashed a heaven-shaking blade strike. He was in a state where he had used up all his energy and had yet to gather any new energy. It would be difficult for him to gather enough energy to fight against the sword light. Under such circumstances, Gu Fei had no choice but to retreat. The golden sword light rushed up and cut through the void of the second holy palace. The power of this sword was even more terrifying than that of Gu Fei's blade. A large crack that was thousands of feet long appeared in the void of heaven and earth. Oh no! After unleashing that sword strike, Heavenly Fa seemed to have thought of something. His expression instantly changed. He wanted to attack again, but at this time Gu Fei had already ascended into the sky and rushed into the spatial crack. Ha ha! Behind the 1,000-foot crack was a world full of vitality. After Gu Fei entered this world, the first thing he did was to absorb the spiritual qi of this world. This part of the world was simply a barren land that had yet to be developed. The spiritual energy here was so thick that it was almost visible to the naked eye. The Buddhist Lord's methods were simply too shocking. He was actually able to open up a seemingly endless and desolate world like this. Only an existence of the extreme, Tao, could do something like this. Roar! A roar was heard from a mountain in the distance. A strange beast the size of a small hill rushed out from the mountain and flew far away. The forest was instantly thrown into chaos. A powerful baleful qi was emitted from the strange beast, causing the other beasts in the forest to flee for their lives. A wild beast of a mortal emperor realm? Gu Fei was shocked. He had just entered this world, but he had already encountered a wild beast of this level. He had no choice but to be cautious. Wang. At this moment, a deafening sound was heard. A ray of golden light shot towards Gu Fei like lightning. Wherever the golden light passed, the void was annihilated, leaving behind a pitch-black spatial crack. This big baldy, immortal qi lingered around Gu Fei's body. 9 rays of immortal light danced around him. He waved the golden saber in his hand to block the incoming golden light. Clang! The golden saber in Gu Fei's hand collided with the golden light. He felt a great force coming from the golden saber, causing him to fly backwards uncontrollably. The golden saber almost flew out of his hand. Bam! Just as Gu Fei was flying backwards, a golden light emerged in the sky. A golden Buddha's hand slapped down from the sky. On the palm of the Buddha's hand, a swastika could be vaguely seen. Heavenly Buddha hand. The majestic voice of Heavenly Dharma was heard from afar. It was him who attacked Gu Fei. His attack was so swift and fierce that even Gu Fei couldn't help but feel apprehensive. He didn't expect this big baldy to have such a strong performance. You think I'm afraid of you? Gu Fei was getting stronger and stronger. He struck out with his palm. The immortal Tao energy instantly condensed into a huge hand, meeting the descending Heavenly Buddha hand. Boom! The 2 huge hands collided with each other, producing an earth-shattering sound. It was as if 2 ancient divine mountains were violently colliding with each other. A circle of transparent ripples, visible to the naked eye, spread out. Rumble! The 2 giant hands collapsed, and a destructive power swept out in all directions. The entire world seemed like it was about to be turned upside down. The vast and mighty remnant power caused the surrounding mountains to collapse and the earth to tremble. This was the collision of saint-level power. It startled all the wild beasts in the area. Roars of beasts came from afar, but not a single wild beast dared to come out. The aura of Gu Fei and Heavenly Dharma was enough to frighten the strongest wild beasts in the area. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth was so abundant that even the most common wild grass would become a spiritual herb under the nourishment of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, let alone the birds and beasts in this area. Gu Fei didn't have time to carefully explore this desolate place before he started fighting with Heavenly Dharma. Both of them used saint-level power, but this area was very stable. Even saint-level power couldn't penetrate it. The third holy palace. This was also Heavenly Dharma's first time entering this desolate world. However, the ancient records of the Heavenly Buddha sect had detailed records of the ancient Buddhist Lord's residence. The ancient Buddhist Lord's holy palace was a universe inside. It wasn't like what it looked like from the outside. There were 9 layers of holy palace, and each layer contained Buddhist treasures left behind by the ancient Buddhist Lord. The third holy palace was a land of wild beasts. This was the world of wild beasts. In the depths of this desolate world, there were even terrifying king beasts in slumber. If the most powerful savage beast in the wilderness were to be alarmed, even a sage would be shocked if he were to come personally. Countless years had passed, and no one knew how powerful the savage beasts in the wilderness were. But at this time, Heavenly Dharma couldn't care less. He attacked with all his strength. It was as if he had transformed into the Buddha of war. A Buddhist sword attracted the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Gu Fei felt a great pressure. This big baldy was extremely ferocious. This big baldy was definitely one of the strongest opponents he had encountered since he started cultivating. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1396. Rumble. Golden energy soared into the sky as Heavenly Dharma revealed his avatar. It was as if a Buddha of war had descended upon the world. The Buddhist sword of exorcism in his hand pulsed with golden light, and as the sword light swept out, the mountains on the ground were reduced to dust in an instant. Vajra's real body, Gu Fei was shocked as well. His opponent was a demi-saint, and in this wild world where spiritual chi was abundant, he seemed to have infinite power. As soon as the avatar appeared, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth within 1,000 miles was devoured. The ethereal Buddha figure also became more solid, as if it was about to walk out of the void. Chaotic reversal. Gu Fei's entire body shone with divine light of the immortal path, and the void around him undulated like water. All the golden sword light attacking him turned back and slashed at Heavenly Dharma. Swoosh! The sword light tore through the air, and black spatial cracks appeared in the void. This was the power of a saint, and such an attack was no different from that of a saint. Roar! Heavenly Dharma roared as he sent out beams of golden sword chi, shattering all the sword light. He then stabbed at Gu Fei with the Buddhist sword in his hand. Simple and direct attacks were often the most effective. Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the chaotic reversal secret art. No technique could touch him, and when the sword from the Vajra's real body pierced into the rippling void around him, it began to tremble as well. This Heavenly Dharma felt that the Buddhist sword in his hand was being reversed by a strange force and was stabbing at his body. He gripped the Buddhist sword with all his strength and fought against the strange force. Turn! Gu Fei shouted, and the power of chaotic reversal erupted. The void around him seemed to be completely reversed, as if the universe had been turned upside down. Buzz! The Buddhist sword thrusting towards Gu Fei suddenly let out a deafening hum. Then, with a swoosh, it actually turned around and slashed towards Heavenly Fei's neck. Is this the 9 secrets of the immortal path? Heavenly Dharma was shocked. The Buddhist sword he held with all his strength was actually reversed by his opponent. This kind of divine technique was simply too incredible. Everything is like a dream. Then his body became blurry and indistinct, as if he was about to become one with the void around him. The Buddhist sword sliced through his neck, but there was no golden Buddhist blood splattering. The incomparably powerful Vajra body also dissipated in the void, and everything became unreal. What? Gu Fei felt that he couldn't sense Heavenly Law's existence anymore. Heavenly Law's shadow was right in front of him. What kind of Buddhist divine power was this? Bam! Gu Fei felt a sharp pain in his back. A Buddha's hand suddenly appeared out of nowhere and slammed into his back. He felt a great force coming from the palm, and his body flew forward involuntarily. What's going on? Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. He did not know how his opponent had broken through the chaotic energy around him and was actually able to send him flying. Void negation. After Gu Fei steadied himself, he immediately used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the void negation secret art. Immortal energy exploded from his body, and then he disappeared. Swoosh! The moment Gu Fei disappeared, a Buddhist sword suddenly pierced through the void, turning the place he was at into a land of chaos. This time it was Heavenly Dharma's turn to be dumbfounded. His opponent seemed to have escaped into the void, which was a great threat to him. Swoosh! Heavenly Dharma's indistinct figure shone with Buddhist light. A vertical eye appeared on his forehead, and he opened his Buddhist eye. When Heavenly Dharma opened his Buddhist eye, Gu Fei had already appeared behind him. Gu Fei then took out his primordial sword of Tao and slashed at Heavenly Dharma's indistinct figure. The primordial sword of Tao specialized in attacking primordial spirits. Even though Heavenly Dharma had used a Buddhist divine art to connect his essence, energy, and soul with the void around him, he could not help but be shocked. The primordial sword of Tao was extremely fast, and it instantly slashed through Heavenly Dharma's illusory figure, forcing Heavenly Dharma's sword out of its special state. Heavenly Dharma was heavily injured, and his primordial spirit was shaken. Both his body and soul were greatly impacted, and the primordial sword of Tao had almost destroyed his primordial spirit. 3 pure ones in one breath. Gu Fei's secret arts were endless. He drew upon the spiritual qi of the world to form 2 Tao bodies, whose cultivation and strength were not much different from his own. 3 Gu Feis appeared in the void and surrounded Heavenly Dharma. They then attacked Heavenly Dharma at the same time, their martial true force surging. Gu Fei's powerful attack caused the entire void to crumble. The 3 pure ones in one breath was too heaven-defying. It was as if there were 3 Gu Feis attacking Heavenly Dharma at the same time. Saint-level power erupted, shattering the void around them as they tried to obliterate Heavenly Dharma. Bam! Heavenly Dharma barely managed to block the attack of the 2 Tao bodies formed by Gu Fei, but he was unable to block the attack of Gu Fei's true body. Gu Fei's fist landed on his chest. Kacha! The sound of bones cracking immediately came from Heavenly Dharma's body. Gu Fei's punch was extremely ferocious, and the power of extreme yang erupted. Even with Heavenly Dharma's Vajra true body, he could not withstand it. He coughed up golden Buddha blood and flew thousands of feet away before he could stabilize himself. However, Gu Fei did not want to give him a chance to breathe. In an instant, he caught up to Heavenly Dharma, who was flying backward, and slashed at Heavenly Dharma's waist with a saber. This was a saint-level golden saber. If Heavenly Dharma was hit by it, he would definitely be split in half. Clang! Heavenly Dharma used the Buddha sword to block the saber, but Gu Fei's saber slashed down from the sky, smashing a huge mountain below. The birds and beasts below were frightened and scrambled to escape. Gu Fei's true body slashed Heavenly Dharma down from the sky, but the 2 Tao bodies did not stay idle. They descended from the sky. One directly slammed down with a palm, while the other stomped down with a foot. A boundless amount of immortal Tao energy burst forth from these 2 Tao bodies. A power as such could seal up the entire void. There was no way for Dharma to escape. Boom! The earth shook as the power of the 2 Tao bodies smashed Heavenly Dharma into the soil. The ripples spread out, causing the entire earth to shake. Swoosh! A golden light burst out from the ground in the distance. Within the golden light was a figure. It was Dharma Tian, who was holding the Buddhist sword. At that moment, Dharma Tian was no longer calm. He had to admit that he was no match for Gu Fei. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao could be said to be invincible divine arts. They had disappeared for countless years, but they just had to appear in this generation. Could it be that a golden age was about to descend? Target equals _ blank. Chapter 1397. One of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, an invincible and supreme divine art. Gu Fei displayed the 3 pure ones, as if there were 3 Gu Feis attacking together, suppressing Dharma Tian. Question mark. Kill. The 3 Gu Feis roared at the same time, causing the entire world to tremble. All the wild beasts in the area fled as the aura of martial saints filled the air. The one Qi turning 3 pure ones secret technique seized the fortune of heaven and earth. The 2 Taoist bodies that Gu Fei had conjured were not much different from Gu Fei's real body, and they displayed astonishing combat strength. Bam! One of the Tao bodies struck out with the yin-yang reincarnation fist. The right fist was yang while the left fist was yin. The power of yin and yang intertwined, and a Tai Chi diagram appeared on the Tao body. The yang fist crushed the void while the yin fist froze the world. The 2 extreme forces shook the world, causing the surrounding mountains to crumble. The terrifying fist force pressed down on Dharma Tian. Roar! Fa Tian let out a furious roar as the Buddhist power in his body surged. It was as if he had turned into a golden Buddha. His golden fist shattered the void as he threw a powerful punch at Gu Fei's Taoist body. Rumble! The 2 martial saints clashed together. The power of yin and yang clashed with the Buddhist power. The entire world shook and pitch-black spatial cracks spread out for thousands of miles. The residual power that was released formed a destructive storm that swept out in all directions. The destructive storm that descended from the sky destroyed everything within a radius of 1,000 miles. Many mountains were reduced to dust, and many lakes evaporated. Some of the savage beasts that did not manage to escape in time were directly turned into a mist of blood, their bodies and souls destroyed. The entire region was turned into a desert. All life within a 1,000-mile radius was obliterated. This was a power that could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. A battle between martial saints was extremely frightening. Every move they made could destroy an area and shatter the heavens and earth. Existences below the martial saint level could not withstand such power. Once they were affected, they would be destroyed in both body and soul. Gu Fei's Tao body flew back. Dharma Tian was going all out. The power of a martial saint who was at the martial saint level couldn't be underestimated. The golden Buddha fist pushed Gu Fei's Tao body back. The Vajra true body is indeed extraordinary. When Gu Fei's true body saw this scene, his pupils involuntarily shrank. Monk Feishan's entire body shone with golden Buddhist light, like an ancient golden arhat. He was extremely powerful. Dharma Tian took a punch from Gu Fei's Tao body head-on. Although he pushed Gu Fei's Tao body back, he was also affected and took a few steps back. Martial saint battle technique. Dharma Tian was shocked. His opponent's punch wasn't simple. It seemed like he had comprehended the profound meaning of yin and yang. His punch was able to attract the power of heaven and earth to press down on him. This punch contained the truth of heaven and earth. It was enough to show that this person had a glimpse of the great Tao of heaven and earth. He had already built the foundation of the great Tao. Even if he couldn't become a martial saint in the future, he would definitely be a martial saint. Becoming a martial saint through martial arts. Just the thought of it made Dharma Tian's heart turn cold. One should know that in ancient times, none of the cultivators from the supreme martial ancestors' lineage were weak. Each of them was a terrifying existence that could fight against the heavens and earth. Successful cultivators were absolutely the nightmare of all cultivators. They were invincible in the same realm. Anyone who met such a person would be shaken. Swoosh! Dharma Tian knew that it would be difficult to suppress this devil today. He turned around and didn't hesitate. His body turned into a ray of Buddhist light and rushed towards the depths of this world. The third Buddhist palace was a wild world. Although there were powerful beasts here, there were also Buddhist treasures that belonged to the Buddhist Lord. As long as he could obtain that Buddhist treasure, Dharmatian believed that he would be able to suppress this devil. Trying to escape? Gu Fei was displeased to see Dharmatian trying to escape. His other Taoist body used the desolate steppes and traveled 100 miles with a single step to chase after Dharmatian. On the other hand, Gu Fei's real body was using the void steppes. It was as if he was traversing through the void as he chased after them. His speed was even faster than his Taoist body. The other Tao body that was forced back by Dharmatian also rushed forward. He used the saint-level puppet doppelganger to display the three pure ones. The power of the two Taoist bodies was also at the saint level. It was as if three sages had appeared in this barren world. Wherever they passed, the aura emitted by Gu Fei and his two Taoist clones scared all the wild beasts away. Even the wild beasts that were comparable to almighty cultivators were no exception. The speed of both sides was extremely fast. They could travel thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. The speed of Gu Fei and his two Tao bodies was obviously much faster than Dharmatian's Buddhist light. The distance between the two sides was gradually decreasing. Boom! When Dharmatian saw that the situation was not good, he turned around and took out a Dharma treasure. A thunderclap sounded from his hand, and a ball of golden lightning shot towards Gu Fei. The ball of golden lightning fire exploded in the air before it could hit Luo Yunyang. A terrifying force swept out in all directions, causing the void to collapse. The ball of lightning fire suddenly turned into a golden sea of lightning and engulfed Gu Fei and his two Tao bodies. What? Gu Fei was taken aback. In just an instant, he had entered a golden sea of lightning. Bolts of golden lightning bombarded him from all directions. Along with the golden lightning, there was also a terrifying Buddha fire. The Buddhist treasure that Dharmatian had used had turned into such a void. Boom! Gu Fei directly punched out, wanting to break open the void. Boundless lightning and fire dissipated under his fist, causing the entire void to tremble. At this time, his two Tao bodies also attacked. Very soon, the sound of something cracking could be heard in the void. The Buddhist treasure that could turn into a sea of lightning cracked. Break for me! Gu Fei's real body roared angrily and slashed forward with his saber. A dazzling saber radiance rushed out from the golden saber and tore the void apart, destroying the entire sea of lightning in front of it. Boom! With a loud bang, the already cracked Buddhist treasure was finally broken into millions of pieces by Gu Fei's saber. Countless fragments shot out in all directions. Gu Fei and his two Tao bodies rushed out, but Dharmatian had already disappeared. Damn it! Each of these baldies is more cunning than the last. Gu Fei was filled with hatred. He was truly displeased and unwilling to let the monk escape. Damn it! But there was nothing he could do. If a sage-to-be with a sage-to-be with a sage-to-be Buddhist weapon wanted to escape, there were not many people in the world who could stop him. Gu Fei quickly calmed down. He put away his two Tao bodies and chose a direction to fly forward. Not long after, he came to a lake surrounded by mountains. Spiritual qi gathered here, and there seemed to be a dragon vein hidden under the ground. It was impossible that there were no wild beasts in such a place. But Gu Fei was bold and skillful, so he directly landed on the ground. Wow! Just when Gu Fei's feet touched the ground, the sound of water suddenly came from the lake in front of him. Then, a green shadow rushed out of the lake. Roar! The beast let out a roar and directly opened its mouth to devour Gu Fei. A gust of fishy wind blew in Gu Fei's face, causing him to frown. It was a green Jiao dragon with 3 heads. The middle head was large, while the 2 heads on the sides were slightly smaller. You're courting death. A cold smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. Then he pointed with his finger. A ray of divine light shot out from the tip of his finger. Poof! The largest head in the middle of the green serpent immediately turned into a mist of blood. Plop! The azure flood dragon's huge body fell from the sky and fell into the lake. The lake water was immediately dyed red, but the azure flood dragon did not die because it still had two other heads. This flood dragon was the king of wild beasts in the nearby area. It was extremely powerful, but in front of Gu Fei, it was as weak as an ant. The flood dragon was badly injured. Gu Fei's attack scared it out of its wits. It directly swam towards the bottom of the lake. This human was too scary. Gu Fei did not continue to kill the flood dragon. Instead, he allowed it to escape. Although this flood dragon was the king of wild beasts in the nearby area, its strength was only equivalent to an immortal emperor or Shin King. Such an existence was not worthy of Gu Fei's attention. It should be known that Gu Fei's real body had already reached the Tao severing realm. After driving away the flood dragon, Gu Fei's saint-grade puppet avatar sat cross-legged on a big rock by the lake. Then he opened his inner world and his real body walked out. Gu Fei also released He Tian and put away the saint-grade puppet avatar. Boss, this place is... He Tian knew that they had broken into a barren land. However, this place was definitely not a barren land because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was too thick. I don't know where we are either. This was an unknown world. It was like the reappearance of an ancient, desolate world. However, there was definitely no second, desolate world in this world. This was most likely a world that was refined by humans. Could it be that the ancient legend is true? He Tian seemed to have thought of something, and the light in his eyes kept flickering. What legend? Gu Fei's interest was piqued. In ancient times, some people said that the place where the ancient Buddha lived was a trial ground for the Buddhist sections. Only after going through such a trial could the almighty of the Buddhist sects become saints. Erebus thought about it for a long time before saying this. A Buddhist trial ground? Gu Fei was taken aback. This Millennium Buddha, Lord, was too monstrous. He actually used such a method to train the Buddhist disciples in his sect. If I'm not mistaken, we are now in the wild world of the Third Holy Palace. He Tian said after looking at the surrounding environment. To see the first ad free, please go to please share target =_ Chapter 1398. He Tian's background was mysterious. Even now, Gu Fei still couldn't figure out this guy's background. This guy seemed to know many secrets of ancient times. ? They entered a training ground refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord, the savage world of the third-level Buddhist palace. This place was full of danger, with wild beasts running amok. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. The wild beasts here followed the most primitive law of survival. Entering this place, even the Arhut could die. The cultivation world was cruel. Although Buddhists were particular about mercy, there were times when they had to kill. In the Buddhist sects, there were also guardian Vajras who could fight in all directions. In the lake surrounded by mountains, there was an emperor-level flood dragon. However, this flood dragon wasn't a threat to Gu Fei and the others. At this time, Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged on a large rock by the lake. He breathed in and out spiritual energy, and the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth constantly gathered towards him. After going through a series of battles, his cultivation level had long been stabilized. When the yin and yang true force in his body flowed, there was a faint sound of thunder. In his dantian, where yin and yang met, the yin and yang forces intertwined. A finger-sized mass of primordial qi was floating. Although this mass of primordial qi was only the size of a finger, every time it breathed in and out the yin and yang qi, Gu Fei's dantian would emit waves of thunderous sounds. The momentum was terrifying. This was the yin and yang transforming into primordial chaos. After Gu Fei successfully severed his Tao, his martial body had undergone a transformation. His martial Tao true force was also transforming, and the yin and yang essence energy began to evolve into primordial chaos. Gu Fei had embarked on a different path to become an expert. This path of Gu Fei was different from the indestructible martial body. The indestructible martial body, Gold Blood Qi, was a martial artist who only cultivated the power of the metal element. As time passed, the yin and yang essence energy in Gu Fei's body continued to breathe in and out. A yin-yang Tai Chi diagram appeared on his body, gathering spiritual energy from all directions and cleansing his body. This, from afar, when He Tian saw this scene, his eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. Gu Fei also cultivated the power of yin and yang. However, Gu Fei's power was fundamentally different from his. Although they were both cultivators who cultivated the power of yin and yang, He Tian felt that the power of yin and yang cultivated by Gu Fei was purer and more primitive compared to his. "Boss, you're a freak." He Tian sensed the vast and boundless yin-yang true energy, fluctuations emanating from Gu Fei's body, and he couldn't help but be moved. After severing his Tao, just how powerful had Gu Fei become? A martial artist is invincible among his peers. This is definitely not a myth. He Tian knew quite a few secrets of the archaic era. He himself had once seen an imperishable martial artist, brimming with golden blood energy, tear apart a supreme devil. That scene was something that He Tian would never forget for the rest of his life. The imperishable martial artist's invincible spirit of dominating the 9 heavens and 10 earths still made He Tian's heart tremble when he thought of it, and he felt his blood boil. He Tian's cultivation had also reached a critical period of a breakthrough. He was already a half-step almighty and was only half a step away from severing his Tao. However, this half a step made him stagnate. The great era was coming, and experts were emerging in large numbers. He Tian felt great pressure. He knew that if he wanted to survive in this great era that was about to change the world, he had to strengthen his cultivation and strength. "I must succeed in severing my Tao before the great era comes." He Tian's eyes revealed an incomparably firm look. He had definitely experienced a lot of hardships. Originally, he had a body that would die 100 times, but he could still defy the heavens and be reborn. He did not hesitate any longer. He also found a place beside the big lake and sat down cross-legged. Then he began to circulate the mysterious technique, inhaling and exhaling spiritual qi, and began to cultivate. At this time, Gu Fei was trying to speed up the transformation of the yin-yang true power in his body into the chaotic true power. However, he soon discovered that this method would not work. He was currently only at the first heavenly layer of almighty cultivation. If he wanted to quickly transform the yin-yang true power into the chaotic true power, he would have to increase his cultivation realm. He could feel that the mass of chaotic qi in his dantian, which was only the size of a finger, was floating in the endless yin-yang essence qi. It was constantly inhaling and exhaling immeasurable yin-yang essence qi. However, every time the mass of chaotic qi inhaled and exhaled the yin-yang essence qi, the amount of yin-yang essence qi that could be refined into chaotic qi was almost negligible. This transformation speed was simply too slow. Although Gu Fei had cut his Tao, he still felt a great deal of pressure. A great era was approaching, and no one knew what would happen. Right now, increasing his own strength was the most important thing. Gu Fei was originally an orphan. Ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation, he only had one goal, and that was to become a world-shattering powerhouse. For this goal, he had fought hundreds of battles, becoming stronger and stronger. He had never given up. The immortal ancestral dragon herb. Gu Fei recalled the stalk of a mortal divine herb that had taken root in his inner world. If he were to consume that stalk of a mortal divine herb, his cultivation and strength would definitely improve. However, the immortal ancestral dragon herb was the supreme sacred herb of the dragon clan. There was only one in the 9 skies and 10 earths. If he consumed it, it would become extinct. Moreover, Gu Fei didn't want to use the floral essence to increase his cultivation and strength. Only the power that he cultivated belonged to him. After an unknown period of time, Gu Fei finally woke up from his cultivation state. The vast spiritual energy that had gathered around him was completely absorbed into his body the moment he opened his eyes. Phew! He let out a long sigh and stood up from the boulder. At this time it was already night time. The sky was dotted with stars, and starlight sprinkled down from the sky. Could it be that this world is actually a real world? Gu Fei was truly shocked. It should be known that if an inner world had evolved to the point that it could evolve into stars, then it was not far from a real world. Even the inner world in his dantian didn't have such a phenomenon. The ancient Buddha's methods were too shocking. It was just a training ground, but it had truly evolved into a wild world. "Boss!" He Tian's voice rang out from below the boulder. He had stopped cultivating and came to the bottom of the boulder. Seeing that Gu Fei had woken up from his cultivation, he walked up to him. "How's the refinement of the invisible sword going?" Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and asked. He Tian was a little embarrassed. Gu Fei had lent him the invisible sword, but he found that it was almost impossible to refine the invisible sword. The invisible sword was a sacred weapon, and He Tian was only a half-step almighty. How could a half-step almighty be willing to refine a sacred sword into a sacred weapon that he could control? "In this place, I still have to rely on myself if I want to stay alive." Gu Fei sighed. In this wild world, wild beasts ran amok. No one knew if there were terrifying beasts comparable to sages in the depths of this world. It should be known that this wild world had existed since the immemorial age. During the immemorial age, there were many experts, and at that time, sages had not gone extinct. While Gu Fei was immersed in his thoughts, he suddenly sensed something. There seemed to be an obscure aura at the bottom of the lake, as if something was lurking at the bottom of the lake. Gu Fei knew that this aura wasn't the green flood dragon that he had beaten up earlier. The green flood dragon had been scared out of its wits and had long since hidden away. "Let's go down and take a look." Gu Fei directly jumped into the lake, then separated the water channel and quickly rushed towards the bottom of the lake. The surrounding lake water was all blocked by the chi aura emitted from his body. "Boss!" When He Tian saw Gu Fei suddenly jump into the lake, he couldn't help but jump in fright. He didn't think too much and hurriedly chased after him. There was a completely different world under the lake. It was bottomless, and the deeper they went, the colder the surrounding aura became. It was as if there was a profound, earth vein below. When they first arrived at this place, Gu Fei could already see that there was a dragon vein hidden at the bottom of the lake. Could this be an ice dragon vein? Soon, they were thousands of feet deep into the lake. The surrounding lake water was already covered in ice. Suddenly, Gu Fei saw a figure appear in the darkness ahead. Both Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked. How could there be someone here? They couldn't sense any fluctuations of life in front of them. The figure floated towards them, and soon they saw this person floating towards them. When Gu Fei's group saw this person clearly, they couldn't help but be shocked. This was an ancient person sealed in ice. His clothes were ancient, and he looked extremely lifelike. This person seemed to be sleeping soundly, and there was even some color on his face. This was a young cultivator. It was unknown how long he had been sealed in ice. Just what kind of place is this? My Tian was also dumbfounded. He walked forward and arrived in front of the young cultivator, who was sealed in ice. After sizing him up for a while, he took out the invisible sword and carefully cut off the thick layer of ice on the young man's body. Not long after, the thick layer of ice on the person's body was cut open. However, when He Tian wanted to check if there was anything on the person's body suddenly changed. After this ancient person came into contact with the air of the outside world. His originally plump body immediately shriveled. Then, his shriveled body continued to decay. His flesh, bones, and even his clothes and belongings were all rapidly decaying. In just a few breaths' time, the person turned into a pile of dust and dissipated in the void. This, Gu Fei and He Tian didn't expect this to happen. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. The ancient person had disappeared before their eyes just like that. After a while, they turned around. But at this time, in the darkness at the bottom of the lake, a few figures silently appeared. To see the first ad-free, please go to Please Share Target equals _blank. Chapter 1399. In the depths of the lake, Gu Fei and He Tian encountered an ancient person who had been sealed in ice. When He Tian broke the ice on the ancient person's body, the ancient person turned into a pile of dust within a breath's time. This is a human from the primordial era. He Tian said. The primordial human race had actually been sealed in ice at the bottom of this lake. Just what had happened back then, and what made Gu Fei and He Tian's hair stand on end was that in the depths of the pitch-black lake, several figures had appeared out of nowhere. This, Gu Fei and He Tian were incomparably shocked. Could the bottom of this lake be some kind of dangerous place? So many people had actually fallen down there. There were no signs of life coming from the depths of the lake. Those people were all corpses that had already lost their lives and had fallen for countless years. Gu Fei and He Tian were very careful. They were not in a hurry to descend. They opened up a domain and blocked the lake water around them. The bottom was so deep that they couldn't see the bottom. The green flood dragon had already hidden itself somewhere. It had almost been killed by Gu Fei and was scared out of its wits. Just what is going on? Gu Fei frowned. In the cold lake water, a dozen or so frozen corpses floated up. There were humans, foreign races, and even ferocious beasts among them. The frozen humans were dressed in strange ancient clothes, but they were all vivid and lifelike as if they were in deep sleep. There were also those who looked no different from humans, but had a single horn on their head or a divine eye between their brows. They looked just like when they were alive. These people seemed to have been frozen in an instant. There were all kinds of postures, and all of their movements were frozen in an instant. He Tian knew many primordial secrets, but now even he was moved. Perhaps the bottom of this lake really was a dangerous place. Gu Fei's group continued to descend. They broke through the thick ice on several ancient corpses, but without exception, all of them completely decayed in a few breaths' time. Even the items on these corpses rapidly decayed. Nothing was left behind. Even the peerless divine materials had turned into dust. They aren't immortal materials. They can't withstand the erosion of time. He Tian sighed. Even if they were engraved with Tao runes, these materials would slowly decay. It was only a matter of time. The deeper they sank, the more frightened Gu Fei and He Tian became. Around them, ancient corpses sealed in ice were sinking one after another. It was an extremely eerie scene. That is, Gu Fei suddenly sensed a weak aura appearing below them. By this time, they had already descended several thousand feet, but they still couldn't see the bottom of the lake. Is this a bottomless lake? The faint aura came from less than 500 feet below. It was so weak that Gu Fei wouldn't have sensed it if his senses weren't far more sensitive than others. What is it? He Tian noticed a change in Gu Fei's expression and was bewildered. Is there still life in this place? Gu Fei murmured. Although the aura was weak, he couldn't determine what it was. One had to know that spiritual medicines, immortal materials, and living beings all emitted certain auras, especially the aura of a saint. Even immortals and spirits couldn't withstand it. A strand of saintly aura was enough to collapse the void. If a saint appeared on the ground without concealing his aura, then all life in this area would be threatened. What? He Tian tensed up after hearing Gu Fei's words. Who knew what would appear in such a strange place? No one could relax in such a place. Buzz! A clump of starlight rose from the top of my Tion's head. That was his astral magical treasure, a godly weapon at the almighty level. Although it was damaged, it could still unleash great power. What are you so nervous about? Goof Fei found it funny to see He Tian acting as if he was facing a great enemy. However, Goof Fei also knew that caution was the only way to go further on the path of cultivation. It wasn't easy for them to reach this step. Those of the same generation as them had either died or disappeared. There weren't many people who could make it this far. Soon after, they knew what was emitting that faint aura. It was also an ancient corpse. This ancient corpse was also sealed in ice. Inside the transparent sea ice, there was a white-haired old man sealed inside. When Gu Fei saw this old man, he was stunned. This old man still had a trace of aura on him, unlike those ancient corpses that he had seen before that were sealed in ice. This person, He Tian, was also shocked. One should know that the frozen humans and foreign races were all existences from the immemorial era. This old man should also be from that era. This old man had been frozen for countless years and still hadn't died. This was too shocking. The other ancient people had already fallen. After breaking the ice, they would quickly decay. Even the peerless materials had lost all their essence and turned into dust. It was a miracle that the old man was able to survive. However, the old man was only left with a faint aura that was almost undetectable. Ordinary almighties would not be able to sense this aura at all. Even Erebus, who had the cultivation and strength of a half-step almighty, could only sense the aura emanating from the old man in the ice when he got close to him. This old man was definitely a terrifying existence from the immemorial era. Even though he had been frozen for countless years, there was still a faint trace of life. Should I break it and take a look? He Tian was a little tempted, but he also knew what would happen if he broke the ice on this old man. However, he was very curious about the consequences. Wait, let me think. Now, Gu Fei felt like his head was about to explode. Was there really a connection between the two? Or could it be that this frozen ancient was the physical body of that existence? Was it possible for such a powerful person to end up with his physical body and primordial spirit separated? If everything was as he thought, then wouldn't the person who sealed this old man be extremely terrifying? Boss, He Tian couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Gu Fei's extremely solemn face. Did Boss think of something? Did he know the origin of this old man? If Gu Fei didn't say anything, He Tian definitely wouldn't know what he was thinking. At this time, Gu Fei thought of the thing that was sealed in the depths of the mountain and river cauldron. That day, not long after he entered the Heaven Realm, he came to the Eastern County City at the border of the Eastern Territory and the Central Territory. There, he stayed in the Hidden Moon Pavilion, participated in the Hidden Moon Pavilion's auction, and obtained a stone man. It was a complete stone man, different from the broken stone man that Gu Fei obtained on the street of the Eastern County City. The stone man was imprinted with the Great Path divine patterns. Gu Fei obtained two things from these two stone men. Sealed in the broken stone man was a holy egg. It was an egg laid by an innate divine beast. The holy egg was imprinted with the Great Path divine patterns of the heaven and earth. This was a descendant that only a supreme divine beast could give birth to. The holy egg had a strong wave of life, but to hatch this holy egg, although it required an unimaginable amount of 5 elemental fire essence. However, this was not a problem for Gu Fei, because he had obtained a Fire Phoenix Divine Pearl and a True Dragon Divine Pearl in the land of the Fallen Phoenix and Lost Dragon. The Fire Phoenix Divine Pearl contained endless fire essence, which met all the conditions to hatch the holy egg. At this time, in the void of the mountain and river cauldron, a fire was burning. A divine pearl and a holy egg with Great Path divine patterns were floating. The holy egg of the innate fire element divine beast emitted a strong wave of life. Inside it, a powerful life was growing. And in the depths of the mountain and river cauldron, there was also a deep, dark void floating. It was a divine pearl that looked like a golden sun, emitting endless waves of the power of the metal element. There was also an extremely strong wave of life coming from the metal element divine pearl. In the golden light, countless ancient patterns could be seen faintly. In the divine pearl, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. It was an old man. This old man was naked, and his appearance was shockingly similar to the old man sealed in ice outside. When Gu Fei approached the old man sealed in ice, the old man in the metal element divine pearl seemed to move. Gu Fei was the clearest about the changes in the mountain and river cauldron, because he had refined the chaotic origin embryo that was bred in the mountain and river cauldron. In a sense, the inner world between Gu Fei's eyebrows was derived from a part of the mountain and river cauldron. Is there really a connection between the two? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He knew very well that the old man sealed in the metal element divine pearl was definitely a terrifying existence of the saint level. If the old man sealed in ice outside was really the physical body of the old man in the metal element divine pearl, then this was definitely the physical body of a saint. Even a saint was sealed in ice, and his primordial spirit was separated from his physical body. What terrible thing had happened back then? It should be known that the ancient saints were extremely powerful and absolutely invincible in the world. Except for the great saint of the extreme Tao, no one could kill and seal the ancient saints. Did a great saint of the extreme Tao take action back then? The more Gu Fei thought about it, the more shocked he became. Such a great secret of the world was not something he could understand. Even among the people back then, not many people knew exactly what terrifying thing had happened that caused the entire untainted land to collapse. The untainted land collapsed and turned into endless starry sky and heaven and earth. The 3 realms and 6 paths were just a general statement. In fact, there were many unknown worlds that had not been discovered by cultivators. In the world of cultivation, there was a saying that the untainted land was broken into 3,000 worlds. What should I do? Facing the old man sealed in ice, Gu Fei did not know what to do. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to target=_blank. Chapter 1400. The Buddhist palace of the ancient Buddhist Lord was actually a training ground. All the arhats who entered the heavenly Buddhist path could enter the Buddhist palace to cultivate as long as they successfully severed their Tao and became a Buddhist almighty. ? However, for thousands of years, other than those who entered the second Buddhist palace, no one else could enter the third Buddhist palace and above. When Gu Fei and Heavenly Dharma fought in the second Buddhist palace, they accidentally broke through the heaven and earth void's barrier and entered the third Buddhist palace. The third Buddhist palace was a desolate land. There were tall mountains and dense forests, and wild beasts roamed freely. It was a desolate land that was rarely visited by humans. After Gu Fei and He Tian entered this desolate land, they found a place to stay temporarily. However, who would have thought that the bottom of the lake where they landed was actually an extremely strange place? The lake surrounded by mountains was actually a bottomless lake. At the bottom of the lake, there were actually ancient frozen corpses floating in the water. It was eerie and terrifying. What shocked Gu Fei the most was that he actually saw an existence that shocked him to the extreme. It was an old man sealed in ice. This old man actually looked shockingly similar to the old man sealed in the metal element divine pearl that he obtained that day. The metal element divine pearl was suppressed in the depths of the mountain and river cauldron. This was because the metal element divine pearl gathered an endless amount of metal elemental energy and sealed an ancient saint. The ancient saint's aura could even pass through the seal and come out from the metal element divine pearl. Without a doubt, the old man sealed in the metal element divine pearl was definitely an earth-shattering existence. Once he broke out of the seal, the consequences would be unimaginable. Boss! He Tian saw that Gu Fei's expression changed several times as he stared at the old man sealed in ice. He couldn't help but be alarmed. Did Boss really know of this old man's existence? However, this was absolutely impossible because this old man was definitely a human from the primordial era. How could Boss know someone from the primordial era? He Tian shook his head. He really couldn't understand why Gu Fei would have such a rich expression when he saw this old man. There must be some connection between the two. Gu Fei mumbled to himself. Then he took out the cauldron of mountain and river and held it in his hand. The fist-sized cauldron emitted an ancient aura. The patterns on the ancient cauldron were extremely ancient. Mountains, rivers, birds, beasts, insects, and fish appeared on the body of the cauldron. It was as if everything in the world was included within it. This ancient cauldron was the number 1 cauldron in the 9 heavens, 10 earths. Once the mountain and river cauldron appeared, it would suppress heaven and earth, mountains and rivers, possessing tremendous power. Boss, why did you take this thing out? He Tian was shocked when he saw Gu Fei taking out the mountain and river cauldron. The ancient cauldron was an extreme Dao ancient weapon. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Gu Fei would not use it. I want to confirm something. As Gu Fei spoke, he began to activate the mountain and river cauldron. Streams of pure martial path true power rushed out from his hands and entered the mountain and river cauldron. Are you sure about one thing? Erebus was baffled by what he heard. Soon, the sound of wind and thunder came from the mountain and river cauldron. Rays of golden light rushed out from the mouth of the cauldron. A layer of primordial chaos chi appeared on the surface of the fist-sized cauldron. The birds, beasts, insects, and fish on the body of the cauldron seemed to have come to life. They were emitting traces of soul power. This was the aura of primordial beasts. The beast souls on the body of the cauldron seemed to be awakening. Inside the mountain and river cauldron, there were countless beast souls of primordial beasts. The beast souls of primordial beasts had already fused with the mountain and river cauldron. The beast souls were also one of the divine abilities of the mountain and river cauldron. This He Tian felt an extremely terrifying aura coming from the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron. This aura almost made him fall to the ground. Saint aura? He Tian's soul trembled when he felt the aura. This was a fear that originated from the depths of his soul. The aura coming from the mountain and river cauldron was too shocking. At this moment, more and more golden light rushed out from the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron. It became more and more dazzling. A vast metal elemental power came out from the mouth of the cauldron. What is that? Even though He Tian had a divine weapon to protect himself, he had no choice but to retreat. The aura coming out from the mountain and river cauldron was too terrifying and powerful. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. He had to use the power of the mountain and river cauldron to suppress the thing in the cauldron. Under the suppression of the power of the mountain and river cauldron, the terrifying aura coming out from the mountain and river cauldron immediately weakened. The primordial chaos chi interweaved in the void and sealed the metal elemental power. Soon, a divine pearl that looked like a golden sun rose from the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron. The golden light coming from the divine pearl illuminated the surroundings. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron in Gu Fei's hand vibrated. The primordial chaos chi spread out from the mountain and river cauldron and sealed the heaven and earth void, trapping the divine pearl inside. What? When He Tian saw this divine pearl that shone with boundless golden light, he was immediately stunned. He cultivated the yin-yang divine eyes, which allowed him to see through the void. He saw the old man in the divine pearl of gold. How can this be? He Tian was shocked. Everything he saw was so unbelievable. On the metal divine pearl, layers of ancient formation patterns were faintly discernible, revealing the fluctuations of the saint level. The seal of a saint, however, He Tian was not surprised. On the metal divine pearl, there were ancient formation patterns of a saint, An immemorial saint had sealed the old man in the metal divine pearl, condensing the metal elemental power into a divine pearl and sealing the opponent. With such cultivation and strength, the saint who made the move in the immemorial era was definitely a metal great saint. Cultivating the power of the 5 elements could also become a saint. The path to becoming a saint was not the only one, and the power of heaven and earth was not the only one. The 5 elements, yin and yang, chaos, and all kinds of power could be cultivated to the peak. Although Gu Fei had already used the power of the mountain and river cauldron to seal the metal divine pearl, the saint aura emitted from the metal divine pearl still spread out. This pressure made He Tian not dare to approach. Is it really like this? Suddenly, Gu Fei's heart trembled because he saw the old man sealed in the metal divine pearl move. Although it was only a slight movement, who was Gu Fei? He immediately sensed that something was amiss. At the same time, the faintly discernible aura coming from the old man who was sealed in ice and floating in the lake seemed to have become a little stronger. This change confirmed Gu Fei's conjecture. This made Gu Fei extremely shocked. An Empyrean saint was actually sealed in such a way. The physical body and primordial spirit were separated. The physical body was sealed in the 3rd Buddhist palace of the ancient Buddhist Lord, while the primordial spirit was sealed in the metal divine pearl and hidden inside the golem. The golem was obtained by Gu Fei in the heavenly realm, but the old man's physical body appeared in the depths of a large lake in the 3rd Buddhist palace. Could it be that the ancient Buddhist Lord sealed this old man? However, Gu Fei quickly rejected this idea. The power that sealed the old man's primordial spirit was not the power of the ancient Buddhist Lord. How could these things appear in the place of the ancient Buddhist Lord? This was truly perplexing. Who was the ancient Buddhist master? It was impossible for him not to know that there was such a place in his Buddhist palace. Since he knew about this place but still allowed it to exist, what was the ancient Buddhist Lord's idea? Boss, stop! Suddenly, He Tian's shout woke Gu Fei from his contemplation. At this time, the primordial spirit in the metal divine pearl had already changed. Wisps of black gas began to emit from the primordial spirit. A fiendish aura spread out from the metal divine pearl, as if an ancient true demon was about to awaken from its slumber, causing people's hearts to palpitate. At this time, black gas also appeared on the body of the frozen old man, and the aura on his body gradually became stronger. This person is a demon. Gu Fei felt the demonic power. He was inexplicably shocked and then hurriedly used the power of the mountain and river cauldron. The primordial chaos chi immediately wrapped around the metal divine pearl and then sank into the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron. The power of the mountain and river cauldron could shock the heavens and crush everything. Even the metal divine pearl was no exception. The power of the metal divine pearl was sealed. When Gu Fei sealed the metal divine pearl in the depths of the mountain and river cauldron, the changes on the body of the frozen old man in front of them also disappeared. This old man can't be that fierce person from the primordial age, right? He Tian seemed to be frightened. He seemed to think of something, and his face became extremely ugly. What's wrong? After sealing the metal divine pearl, Gu Fei asked He Tian, why did the old man's body show signs of demonization? It was really hard to understand. This person is probably the primordial age demon. We can't let him out. If we let him out, it will be a disaster. He Tian thought for a while before saying such words. Primordial age demon? Gu Fei was shocked, although he didn't know about the primordial age demon, because it was too long ago. Just hearing the name was enough to make him shocked. In the primordial age, there was a madman who cultivated both immortal and demonic cultivation. He wanted to open up a new path of cultivation. He Tian told him what he knew. It turned out that in the primordial age, there was a madman of the human race who obtained the cultivation method of the demonic path. However, he cultivated the immortal path, so he had a crazy idea. That madman began to cultivate the demonic scripture he obtained, But very soon he encountered a problem. The power of the immortal path and the demonic power clashed in his body. Sometimes the power of the immortal path would gain the upper hand, and sometimes the demonic power would suppress the power of the immortal path. The power of the immortal path and the demonic power used his body as a battlefield. When the power of the immortal path suppressed the demonic power, this madman was an immortal god. However, once the demonic power in his body suppressed the power of the immortal path, this madman would turn into a fierce demon. To see the first advertisement, please go to target =_blank. Chapter 1401. The Millennium Ancient Devil was one of the most talented human beings. He wanted to cultivate both immortal and demonic cultivation to create a different cultivation path. But in the end, this primordial human expert became a human devil. Sometimes he was an immortal, and sometimes he turned into a demon. This caused quite a commotion during the primordial era. The Millennium Ancient Devil was an extremely dangerous person because he could not control the immortal and demonic power in his body. He did not know when he would turn into a demon. When he turned into a demon, the Millennium Ancient Devil would lose all reason and only know how to kill. Blood would flow like a river wherever the demon went, and all living things in the area would be slaughtered. But when the Millennium Ancient Devil turned into a demon and slaughtered in all directions, a great figure attacked him. That battle was earth-shattering, and a part of the primordial era was turned into a land of calamity. No one knew the result of that battle, but that extremely dangerous person, the Millennium Ancient Devil, disappeared, never to be seen again. That great figure was gravely injured and dying. Some people said that the Millennium Ancient Devil was killed by that great figure, but others said that the great figure sealed the Millennium Ancient Devil. No one knew which was true and which was false. The great figure that attacked the Millennium Ancient Devil passed away not long after. That great figure was injured by the Millennium Ancient Devil in that battle. After returning, he only lived for about 200 years, but his injuries were too severe. I didn't think that this savage's body would be sealed here. The more Tian thought about it, the more his heart palpitated. The Millennium Ancient Devil could not come out. If he did, the entire human world would be in trouble. No one could fight against such an existence. Gu Fei was shocked. He never thought that this old man with his primordial spirit sealed in the metal divine pearl and his body sealed in ice at the bottom of the lake would have such a great background. What do we do now? Gu Fei was confused. According to what Tian said, this Millennium Ancient Devil was definitely an unimaginably terrifying savage. Even the great figures of the primordial era could only seal him and not kill him. This, Tian fell into deep thought. The Millennium Ancient Devil was an extremely dangerous person. If his primordial spirit and body were to merge, the Millennium Ancient Devil might come back to life. Once the Millennium Ancient Devil came back to life, Gu Fei and the others would be the first to suffer. Maybe I can use this monster in the future. Gu Fei muttered to himself for a long time, then activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron and swallowed the old man who was floating in the lake water in front of him into the mountain and river cauldron. Boss Yu, seeing this, Tian was dumbfounded. Even in the primordial era, where experts were everywhere, the eternal human devil was definitely an extremely dangerous person. This kind of extremely dangerous person, anyone who saw it would be too late to hide, but Gu Fei actually put the body of that fierce person into the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei was very careful. He sealed the metal element divine pearl and the old man's body in 2 different places in the mountain and river cauldron, not allowing them to touch each other. The inside of the mountain and river cauldron was a world of its own. The space inside was frighteningly large, almost boundless. It was as if a real world could fit inside. After doing all this, Gu Fei and Tian continued to sink towards the bottom of the lake. It was pitch black below, and they couldn't see the bottom at all. Gu Fei used the power of his domain to block the lake water within a radius of 300 meters around him. Could it really be a bottomless lake? Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but be moved. This lake was not simple, and there were constantly frozen corpses floating in the water. Soon, they sank another 3,000 meters. Along the way, they couldn't feel any signs of life at all. The deeper they sank, the more intense the yin qi became. The yin vein of the earth's yin qi gathered, and perhaps it would give birth to something incredible. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't dare to be careless, and they both tensed up. "What is that?" Suddenly, He Tian asked Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei also discovered something strange. In the endless darkness below, there was a faint flash of bloodlight. Although it was very far away, a trace of a strange aura still came over. There was definitely a shocking secret hidden at the bottom of this lake. A demonic aura. Gu Fei and He Tian's expressions changed. They could feel the aura of a demon from that ball of bloodlight. This was not a good thing. "There's a demon in the Buddhist palace refined by the Millennium Buddha Lord?" Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't believe it. After all, Buddhas and demons were mortal enemies, irreconcilable enemies. Throughout the ages, all the major Buddhists had taken it upon themselves to slay demons. Who knew how many demons the Millennium Buddha Lord had released from purgatory? Gu Fei and He Tian were on high alert. As they continued to sink, the ball of blood light grew brighter and brighter, emitting a demonic bloody light. That is, when Gu Fei and the others got closer, they discovered that the ball of blood light was just a pile of crushed flesh and bones sealed in ice. A demon was turned into meat paste. Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This demon was definitely an incredible existence. Even though it had fallen for countless years, its flesh and bones still had remnants of its demonic nature. It was a false alarm. Gu Fei and He Tian continued to sink. After an hour, they finally reached the bottom of the lake. The ball of starlight above He Tian's head lit up the surrounding space for thousands of meters. The power of the stars was vast and mighty, blocking the terrifying cold air that was surging over from all directions. Gu Fei and He Tian discovered that the bottom of the lake was actually covered in white bones. They could even see the pitch-black bones of demons and other beasts. Aside from the cold air, there was also an aura of death at the bottom of the lake. Where did that green flood dragon hide? He Tian muttered to himself. The green flood dragon that Gu Fei had injured was not at the bottom of the lake. It was probably hiding somewhere. What really moved Gu Fei and He Tian was that there were many broken buildings at the bottom of the lake. It seemed to be a settlement, but it had sunk into the ground. "Boss, there's something wrong with this place." He Tian felt a little uneasy. The yin vein of the earth was definitely not inhabited by humans. The cold air of the earth could freeze everything. It was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He just observed carefully. Soon, he found the right direction and headed towards the source of the yin vein of the earth. The source of the yin vein of the earth was definitely a place that was blessed by heaven and earth. Perhaps it could nurture something different. Gu Fei wanted to go there and take a look. He Tian had no choice but to follow behind Gu Fei and head towards the source of the yin vein of the earth. The yin vein of the earth gathered the cold air of heaven and earth. It could freeze everything. At this time, the cold air around Gu Fei's body surged. The surrounding lake water was blocked by the cold air. There was no lake water at the location of the yin vein of the earth. The yin vein of the earth was like a real dragon swimming underground. Gu Fei was very careful. The bones under his feet did not disappear at all along the way. He Tian was getting more and more uneasy. He seemed to sense that something was about to happen. He took out the invisible sword that Gu Fei had given him. A ball of starlight lit up the sky. This was a divine weapon of an almighty being. It had an incomplete Tao pattern imprinted on it. Although it was only an incomplete Tao pattern, it could still be used to resist the surrounding cold air. Gu Fei had already severed his Tao. His physical body was so strong that he did not need any divine weapons to protect him. The surrounding cold air could not affect him at all. Swish! Just as they were approaching the source of the Yin vein of the earth, a black shadow suddenly flashed in the darkness in front of them. This caused Gu Fei and He Tian to become nervous. What is that? Although Gu Fei had cultivated the martial Tao Heavenly Eye, he still couldn't see clearly. The speed of the black shadow was too fast. There are no signs of life. Could it be that it's not an undead creature? He Tian's face revealed a shocked expression. To be able to disappear in front of his eyes, the black shadow was definitely not simple. It might even be able to threaten him. I don't know. Gu Fei couldn't be sure because he didn't sense any death aura from the black shadow. What kind of existence was it? He was very curious. However, he didn't know where that thing had hidden itself. When Gu Fei and the others advanced for another 3 kilometers, another black shadow appeared in their vicinity. This black shadow also flashed and disappeared with extreme speed. Gu Fei and He Tian knew that they might be in trouble. They seemed to be targeted by something that made them feel a sense of danger. Swish! Just when Gu Fei and He Tian were about to continue forward, a huge black hand suddenly appeared above their heads. It seemed to have sealed off an area and was about to grab them. The terrifying existence that was hiding in the dark had finally made its move. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and sent out a palm strike. Bang! Gu Fei's palm collided with the black hand, issuing a muffled explosion. The vast and mighty energy fluctuations shook the entire earth Yin vein. Rumble! The heaven and earth shook. Gu Fei remained unmoving like a mountain. The black hand that was about to grab them crumbled in the air. However, at this moment, a black divine spear shot out from the front and pierced towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei punched the black divine spear that was piercing through him. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Fei's fist collided with the black divine spear. The black divine spear was sent flying by Gu Fei's fist. There was actually such an expert in the earth Yin vein. However, Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't sense any signs of life. They didn't know what was attacking them. Gu Fei's physical body was incomparably strong. After sending the divine spear flying with a punch, he immediately disappeared. The next moment, the void in front of them suddenly splattered with a large amount of blood. A corpse fell out of the void. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1402. Gu Fei and He Tian had finally reached the bottom of the lake and were searching along the Yin vein of the earth towards the source of the Yin vein. Just as they were about to reach the source of the Yin vein, they encountered an inexplicable attack. Swoosh! Gu Fei struck with lightning speed, slashing down an unknown creature in the air. A large amount of blood sprayed out from the Yin vein of the earth. The blood wasn't frozen by the Yin vein of the earth, and it splattered everywhere. Every drop of blood emanated an even colder aura. Arcane Yin creature. That's an extremely cold constitution. I didn't think I'd see one here. When He Tian saw the creature that was slain by Gu Fei, he was incomparably shocked. Within the Yin vein of the earth, the frigid qi of heaven and earth had condensed. Even they could feel a bone-piercing chill. The blood of an ordinary creature would have been frozen by the extreme cold the moment it splashed out. It wouldn't have flowed freely on the ground like this. Gu Fei's figure materialized in the air. He'd just used one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the anti-void secret art, to kill a creature hidden in the air in an instant. This was a humanoid creature, but it wasn't a human. This was because this creature had an incomparably malevolent dragon head. Even though it had been killed by Gu Fei, this creature's corpse was still emitting a fiendish aura. The blood of creatures like this is cold, and they can hide in the air, making them extremely difficult to find. Mahakala said these words. This type of creature with the coldest physique was already extinct in the current world. Even in the archaic era, it was still a rare race that was rarely seen. However, If these creatures cultivated to a certain level, they could freeze thousands of miles with a single breath of cold air. It was incredibly powerful. A single drop of blood from such creatures could freeze immortal gods. Fortunately, Gu Fei and He Tian weren't immortal gods, but existences that surpassed immortal gods. They could resist the extreme cold here. 2 more of these creatures have escaped into the source of the yin vein of the earth. Gu Fei sensed the existence of 3 of these terrifying creatures, but he could only kill one of them with his cultivation and strength. The other 2 had escaped. When Erebus heard this, he was shocked. There were 2 such creatures. The yin vein of the earth was incredible to have given birth to 3 of them. This was a creature born from the cold yin energy of heaven and earth. It could be said to be an innate life form that was blessed by the heavens. It possessed extraordinary talent and constitution. However, in front of Gu Fei, these innate life forms could not withstand a single blow. He killed one of them and scared off the other 2 innate life forms. The heavens and earth needed 100,000 years to nurture life. It was not something that could be nurtured in a short period of time. This great earth yin vein had definitely been formed for millions of years, maybe even millions of years. Such a long period of time was even longer than the immemorial era. The recorded history of the human race was only a few 100,000 years old. This was because even the oldest records of the human race only existed for a few 100,000 years. However, some humans didn't think so. Some thought that there was a gap in the history of the human race. The history of the human race shouldn't be just a few 100,000 years old. The immemorial era recorded in the ancient records was a period that happened a few 100,000 years ago. This great earth yin vein had already been formed since ancient times. After a long period of evolution, this great earth yin vein had given birth to a life form. Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked. The Buddhist Lord's 3rd Buddhist palace was definitely not simple. This desolate world shouldn't have been created by the Buddhist Lord. One had to know that the yin vein of the earth existed even before the Buddhist Lord's enlightenment. This desolate world already existed before the Buddhist Lord's enlightenment. The fact that Gu Fei could kill a life form born from the heaven and earth made He Tian's heart palpitate. However, He Tian soon felt relieved. Although the life forms born from the heaven and earth were born from the heaven and earth, they didn't necessarily have heaven-defined physiques and strength. One had to know that the human race was also born from the heaven and earth. Life forms with innate physiques needed strength, just like humans, to become strong through cultivation. It wasn't a miracle that Gu Fei could kill a life form with innate physiques. Come, let's kill our way in. He Tian knew that the source of the yin vein of the earth had most likely given birth to something else. His eyes flashed with excitement. Buzz! The star artifact above Mahakala's head shone with starlight, shielding him within. Then he strode forward, and the cold air around him was repelled by the power of the stars that spread out from the starlight. The power of the starlight illuminated the heaven and earth, making the void as bright as day. This guy was still holding the invisible sword, a sacred weapon. He was very cautious. One had to know that there were 2 terrifying life forms at the source of the yin vein of the earth. It wasn't without reason that He Tian could live to this day and survive all kinds of calamities. People who were cautious at all times often lived longer than ordinary people. Gu Fei and the others continued forward for a few miles. The void in front of them suddenly opened up, and they entered a huge cave. The cold air here was so thick that it was almost liquid. Under the illumination of the starlight, they could see many skeletons scattered on the ground nearby. Among these skeletons there were human bones, and there were also bones of the foreign races. Gu Fei and the others even saw a pitch-black skull. What's going on? Is this also a battlefield? Gu Fei and He Tian were bewildered. This was a secret from the primordial era, and it was impossible for them to know about it. Perhaps even the Buddhist masters throughout the ages wouldn't know about it. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the darkness in front of them. In front of them, cold and gloomy air gathered. Even the starlight of the starlight floating above Erebus' head could not penetrate it. That's Gufei and Haitian were shocked when they saw the black fog in front of them. It was a kind of extreme cold fog that had been condensed in the vein of the earth for countless years. The black fog didn't flutter. Instead, it gave people a feeling that it was as heavy as a mountain. Gufei and Haitian both felt a great pressure. Roar! A deep roar came from the black fog, making people's scalps go numb. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1403. Gufei used the cauldron of mountain and river to suppress the space and devour the lunar frigid mist. The lunar frigid mist, which was as heavy as an ancient divine mountain, was continuously sucked into the cauldron. In the end, even the two terrifying creatures hidden in the lunar frigid mist were devoured by the cauldron of mountain and river. In front of the divine weapon of the great path, even the creatures born from the heavens and the earth were definitely not enough. Buzz! The cauldron of mountain and river vibrated. Gufei used the power of the cauldron of mountain and river to completely destroy the two creatures that were devoured by the cauldron of mountain and river. After the lunar frigid mist was completely devoured by the cauldron of mountain and river, a divine pearl appeared in front of Gufei. It was a pitch-black divine pearl that emitted waves of lunar frigid chi. All the lunar frigid chi in the huge cave originated from this divine pearl. Lunar divine pearl. At this time, Haitian appeared again. He could not help but exclaim when he saw the divine pearl floating in the space in front of him. He did not expect that the lunar frigid vein would give birth to such a heaven-defying item. This lunar frigid vein was formed before the primordial age. Not only did it give birth to living creatures, but it also condensed an endless amount of lunar chi into a divine pearl. Swoosh! Haitian was the first to make a move. He directly reached out and wanted to take the floating golden divine pearl away. However, the lunar frigid chi emitted by the divine pearl was too powerful. Before the hand that Haitian had conjured could grab the lunar divine pearl, it had already dissipated in the space. What a terrifying treasure of the heavens and the earth! Haitian did not dare to go forward. The frigid chi emitted by the lunar divine pearl was something that not many cultivators of the severing path could withstand. It was difficult for cultivators of the heavens to move such a primordial treasure. Gufei wanted to use the power of the cauldron of mountain and river to take the divine pearl. However, this time he could not move the lunar divine pearl. The cauldron of mountain and river displayed its power. The space around it collapsed and was swallowed by the cauldron. However, the celestial pearl remained as still as a mountain. No matter how hard Gufei tried to activate the power of the cauldron of mountain and river, it was all in vain. The fragment of the great path within the divine pearl was a saint-level spirit treasure. Unless Gufei could draw out the extreme power of the mountain and river cauldron, he would not be able to use the mountain and river cauldron to take away this spirit treasure. Boss, Haitian, who knew the ins and outs of Gufei, saw that Gufei was unable to take away the lunar immortal pearl even after using the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Damn it! Gufei was unwilling to accept the fact that the lunar heavenly pearl was a heavenly material and earthly treasure. It was definitely a peerless divine material. By itself, it could already emit endless cold air and freeze thousands of miles. How can I return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain? Gufei did not give up. He continued to use the power of the mountain and river cauldron to devour the lunar immortal pearl. However, at the same time, he took out his saint-level puppet clone. When his primordial spirit entered the saint-level puppet clone, it was like another Gufei. However, this was a saint-level aura and power. The saint-level puppet clone was extremely powerful. The saint-level clone took the mountain and river cauldron and sat cross-legged on the ground. It began to use its saint-level power to activate the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook. An even more terrifying power surged out from the mouth of the cauldron. This power was much stronger than the previous one. This time, the lunar immortal pearl was finally affected by the mountain and river cauldron. The saint-level puppet clone's power continuously surged towards the mountain and river cauldron. Swoosh! At this time, Tian once again retreated from the large hole. The saint-level power was not something he could resist. He was just a half-step cultivator. A wisp of saint-level power was enough to kill Tian thousands of times. Rumble! A deafening sound came from the large hole. Gu Fei used all his strength to activate the power of the mountain and river cauldron. The lunar immortal pearl gradually moved towards the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron. This was not an easy task. The terrifying waves from Gu Fei's saint-level puppet clone were like moving 100,000 primordial divine mountains. It took a lot of effort and energy. Gu Fei's real body stood behind the clone. The saint-level clone was full of immortal Tao power. 9 rays of immortal light appeared on its body and circled around it. Time passed. After a full 6 hours, the lunar immortal pearl finally approached the mouth of the mountain and river cauldron. It was about to be sucked into the mountain and river cauldron. Bam! At this time, a muffled sound came from outside the large hole. Someone was fighting with Tian, but was stopped by Tian. A powerful wave of Buddhist power spread out. Yin-Yang reincarnation. Mahakala let out a loud roar and unleashed his own great art. All sorts of sceneries appeared around him, as though a world was evolving. Everything in the world grew from nothingness, and then went downhill from extreme prosperity. The power of Yin and Yang intertwined to form reincarnation. The sudden explosion of reincarnation power completely enveloped a golden figure. A large amount of Buddhist qi was destroyed. A Buddhist expert has discovered this place. At this time, Gu Fei was at a critical juncture. He used all his strength to control the mountain and river cauldron. The lunar immortal pearl was moving very slowly. If he relaxed, he might be able to break free from the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Buddha deliverance. A calm and dignified voice sounded. Then the Arhut started chanting Buddhist scriptures. He actually dispelled the resentment in this place and wanted to deliver Tian. The Yin-Yang reincarnation power was broken. A golden Buddha figure walked out. This Tian was shocked. He never expected that the opponent would be able to break through his great technique so easily. This person actually appeared in the 3rd level of the Buddha Palace of the Millennium Buddha Lord. To be able to enter the 3rd level of the Buddha Palace, this Arhot was definitely weaker than Lawless. Furthermore, this person was definitely a super antique, because in the past thousands of years, no one could enter the 3rd level of the Millennium Buddha Palace. Swish! The son of Buddha stretched out his hand, and a huge golden hand immediately appeared in the void, grabbing towards Mahakala. The vast Buddhist energy that came out from the hand sealed the surroundings. Tian was extremely shocked. The moment the opponent made a move, he had severed all his escape routes. It made him feel as though there was no way to dodge. This Arhut was comparable to Lawless. He was so powerful that it caused one's heart to palpitate. Even if Tian had a supreme divine weapon, or even a sacred weapon, the formless sword, it would still be hard for him to withstand it. The time that Tian obtained the formless sword was very short. It was impossible for him to refine it or use this sacred weapon. Just as the golden Buddha palm was about to destroy Erebus in both body and soul, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and blocked the golden Buddha palm. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1404. The arrival of the Earth Fire Dragon caused Gu Fei and Tian to feel immense pressure. The earth vein in front of them had already turned into a sea of fire. The surrounding rocks, which were as hard as divine iron, were burned red by the fire. Some places even showed signs of cracking and melting. The terrifying temperature had dispersed the cold air in the yin vein of the earth. Only the huge underground cave around Gu Fei and Heitian was emitting a frigid aura. Even the endless fiery aura could not disperse the frigid aura in the cave. Gu Fei and Heitian were at the place where the fire energy and the cold air converged. The two forces of yin and yang intertwined, causing Gu Fei and Heitian to feel as though they were in a world of ice and fire. At this time, Gu Fei's real body did not appear. Rumble. At this time, the huge underground cave behind Gu Fei's clone emitted the sound of wind and thunder. The entire cave was shaking. You guys, the Earth Fire Dragon, seemed to be taken aback. Two terrifying divine lights shone out of the sea of fire and swept towards Gu Fei and the others. Swish! At this time, Heitian's figure flashed. He decisively used his divine weapon to protect himself. A divine light that looked like a huge star appeared above his head, and he retreated into the cave behind him. Lowly ants, how dare you covet the lunar pearl? You deserve to die. The Earth Fire Dragon's powerful divine sense emanated from the sea of fire. A monstrous, ferocious aura spread out in all directions. The entire depths of the earth shook. Cracks appeared on the incomparably hard rocks in the surroundings. Humph, it's hard to say who's the ant, Gu Fei said. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Die. The Earth Fire Dragon was extremely arrogant. He was a natural Earth Fire Dragon. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was his territory. All the wild beasts in this area had to lower their heads to him. Bang! A gigantic crimson dragon claw grabbed out from the sea of fire. The power of fire was vast and mighty, and the dragon claw was covered in crimson scales. There was an endless amount of fire surrounding it. The dragon claw tore through the void. Everywhere it passed, a few black claw marks appeared. Although it was a casual attack, the combat strength it displayed was enough to make Gu Fei serious. This was a Khanate beast. It was a life form born from the endless fire essence of the earth. This life form was nurtured by the heaven and earth. It was born with great magical power. Buzz! A deafening sound rang out in the void. Gu Fei didn't retreat. He took a big step forward and punched towards the dragon claw. A terrifying force shook the void. This was an invincible fist intent. The moment he punched out, Gu Fei's aura instantly rose to its peak state. A terrifying fluctuation surged out from Gu Fei's body. 9 rays of immortal light condensed around his body, as though a peerless immortal lord had descended. Boom! Gu Fei's fist collided fiercely with the mountain-sized dragon claw. The violent force spread out in all directions, and the surrounding rocks were instantly turned into dust. Bang! Bang! Pung! Gu Fei took 3 steps back. With every step he took, the ground shook violently. Pain radiated from his right fist. Good heavens! Gu Fei was secretly shocked. This saint-level puppet had already been refined by the ancient great saint of the human race to the point that it looked like a real person with flesh and blood. This fierce dragon actually made him feel pain. Could it be that this dragon's body could actually contend against a saint physique? Of course, a saint-rank immortal body couldn't be compared to a saint-rank martial body, but it was still incomparably powerful. Gu Fei's punch just now could even blow up an immemorial god mountain. At this time, the Earth Fire True Dragon in the Sea of Fire was even more shocked than Gu Fei. This puny human was actually able to block its claw. It was truly inconceivable. When did the fleshly body of the human race become so powerful? This area of 10,000 miles was the territory of the Earth Fire True Dragon. There were quite a few humans here, but this Earth Fire True Dragon had killed more than one human before. The 3rd layer of the Buddha Palace was a desolate world. In this vast world, savage beasts could be seen everywhere. Such a world shouldn't have been refined by the ancient Buddhist lord. However, that ancient Buddhist lord was truly incredible. He actually refined this desolate world into the third layer of the Buddha palace. It became a trial ground for the Buddha's sons who entered the heavenly Buddha Tao. This trial ground was incomparably dangerous. The Buddhist sons who entered this place had to face this cruel world. If they wanted to survive, they would have to fight against the countless savage beasts in this world. A savage beast king comparable to a sage? Gu Fei's gaze became incomparably sharp. Like two resplendent divine weapons, he swept his gaze over the peerless, ferocious beast in the sea of fire. In the sea of fire, there was a scarlet fire dragon that was over 1,000 feet long. This trial ground of the Buddhist Tao was truly perverse. It even had a savage beast of this level. This was simply sending these Buddhist sons to their deaths. No wonder that middle-aged monk had to retreat. Facing such an existence, even a quasi-sage would have a headache. Rumble! The sound of wind and thunder came from the cave behind Gu Fei. Very soon, he felt that the cold air surging out from the cave was starting to weaken. Success! Gu Fei couldn't conceal his joy. However, the expression of the earth-fire true dragon in front of him changed. He knew that the lunar god pearl that was born from the earth vein source was going to be taken away by his opponent. Damned human race! The earth-fire true dragon roared, igniting boundless earth true fire. It pounced towards Gu Fei ferociously. The entire void was crushed by the immense force. Kill! Gu Fei's battle intent was boundless. His long hair fluttered wildly as he charged towards the earth-fire true dragon and clashed with it. Boom! Bam! Muffled sounds of collision rang out continuously. Immortal Tao energy and earth-fire clashed. The entire earth vein was shaking as though it could collapse at any moment. Gu Fei's Saint-class clone displayed his supreme combat strength and intercepted the earth-fire true dragon. Roar! Terrifying dragon roars rang out continuously. The surrounding rocks tumbled down. Cracks spread out in all directions. The earth-fire true dragon roared again and again as it tried to charge into the cave behind Gu Fei. However, it was forced back time and time again by Gu Fei. Boom! Finally, the earth-fire true dragon spat out a dragon pearl. It was a dragon pearl that emitted boundless flames. It contained the purest heaven and earth-fire pearl. The moment the fire dragon pearl appeared, the entire void was burned to the point of collapsing. The surroundings of the fire dragon pearl turned into a chaotic void. Buzz! Gu Fei didn't dare to be negligent. With a thought, a surge of sword chi exploded from his body. Thereafter, a purple-gold sword chi rushed out from his body and turned into a purple-gold divine sword. He grabbed the purple-gold divine sword and pointed it at the earth-fire true dragon. This is... As soon as the purple-gold divine sword appeared, the earth-fire true dragon immediately felt a sword chi fluctuation that made its heart palpitate from the ancient sword. Of course, the earth-fire true dragon didn't know that the purple-gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand was an extreme sacred sword that could make all cultivators go crazy. It instinctively felt fear. Buzz! The divine sword vibrated, and strands of purple-gold sword chi circulated on it. Roar! The earth-fire true dragon felt threatened by the purple-gold divine sword. It roared angrily and attacked first. The fire dragon pearl immediately seemed to have turned into a ball of divine sun as it charged towards Gu Fei. The entire earth vein finally collapsed after the fire dragon pearl smashed into it. Endless soil, sand, and stones were melted into ashes by the mighty fire from the fire dragon pearl. Buzz! Gu Fei shook the divine sword in his hand, and an unparalleled sword chi immediately spread out from the divine sword. The sword chi wave blocked all the surging earth fire. At this time, other than the huge cave behind Gu Fei, The entire Tyene earth vein collapsed under the attack of the earth fire true dragon. The endless cold air was evaporated by the power of the earth fire. Swish! Gu Fei stabbed forward with his sword. This was the simplest sword move, but the simplest sword move was often the most powerful sword move. The purple gold sword light that shot out from the purple gold divine sword directly broke through the heavy earth fire and hit the fire dragon pearl. The fire dragon pearl that was smashing towards Gu Fei like a divine sun immediately trembled when it was hit by the purple gold sword chi. It almost fell from the sky. How is this possible? The earth fire true dragon suffered a huge impact. Its thousands of feet long body trembled. The fire dragon pearl was the life dragon pearl that it had condensed. When the life dragon pearl was hit, it would also be injured. The earth fire true dragon didn't know that this was the result of Gu Fei showing mercy. Gu Fei didn't want to destroy the fire dragon pearl. The life dragon pearl that the earth fire true dragon had condensed was definitely a treasure. Swish! Gu Fei immediately extended his hand and used the supreme immortal Tao technique to form a primordial spirit hand. A palm the size of a small mountain grabbed towards the fire dragon pearl. He wanted to take away the fire dragon pearl. The fire dragon pearl contained the purest earth fire essence in the world. It could be used to refine a saint-tier killing weapon. As long as this dragon pearl was taken out, an area would probably turn into a sea of fire. Everything would be burned into ashes, and both body and soul would be destroyed. Even Gu Fei was tempted by the fire dragon pearl and wanted to collect it. However, this fire dragon pearl was the life dragon pearl of the earth fire true dragon. How could it be taken away so easily? Seeing that the situation was not good, the earth fire true dragon immediately rushed up, then opened its mouth and swallowed the fire dragon pearl into its body, then turned into an existence with a dragon head and a human body. Holding a spear, it rushed towards Gu Fei. Swish! The divine spear pierced through the void and pierced towards Gu Fei's head. Its speed was extremely fast. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1405. Gu Fei was fighting the earth fire true dragon underground. He used the purple gold divine sword, an extreme sacred weapon. With a slash, he almost cut off a fire spirit pearl that the earth fire true dragon spat out. Phew! The earth fire true dragon sensed danger and transformed into a human with a dragon head. With a divine spear in his hand, he pierced through the void and stabbed at Gu Fei's head. Swoosh! The divine spear pierced through the air at an extremely fast speed. Everywhere it passed, a pitch-black spatial crack was left. This was a divine spear that was completely red in color. There was true fire essence chi circling it, and it emitted a terrifying saint-level wave. This was a sacred weapon. With the purple gold divine sword in hand, Gu Fei faced the earth fire true dragon head-on. With a thrust, the tip of the sword turned into a ball of purple gold divine light and pierced through the divine spear. Clang! With a metallic clang, the tip of the purple gold divine sword collided with the sacred spear in the earth fire true dragon's hand. The earth fire true dragon only felt that his hands holding the divine spear shook violently. A powerful force came from the divine spear, causing him to retreat more than 10 steps. However, Gu Fei was as still as a mountain as he charged at the earth fire true dragon with an awe-inspiring might. The purple gold divine sword was an extreme sacred weapon after all. Although it did not emit an extreme aura or power, it still displayed a terrifying might in Gu Fei's hands. This, the earth fire true dragon, was dumbfounded. His opponent's combat strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined, especially the divine sword in his hand. It could actually restrain a sacred weapon. Swoosh! With the purple gold divine sword in his hand, Gu Fei slashed out a sword that made the heavens and earth lose their color. In an instant, the purple gold divine sword soared tens of thousands of feet, as if it had transformed into a purple gold divine dragon. Roar! The earth fire true dragon roared again and again. It raised a sea of fire, wanting to swallow Gu Fei into it. The layers of fire constantly destroyed the sword light that Gu Fei slashed out. However, it was all in vain. Gu Fei's purplish-golden sword light was extremely sharp. It broke through the layers of fire chi and directly slashed at the earth fire real dragon in the sea of fire. Buzz! The earth fire true dragon shook the divine spear in its hand, blocking the unparalleled sword light. The entire void undulated like transparent water waves. Clang! The saint weapon in the Terraflame dragon's hand collided with Gu Fei's sword light. With a metallic sound, the spear in the Terraflame dragon's hand was sent flying. Gu Fei was incomparably powerful. Although the saint-grade puppet doppelganger was only a doppelganger, it still displayed frightening combat strength. How is this possible? The dragon-headed earth-fire true dragon was stunned. There was no doubt that the opponent was powerful. It couldn't believe that someone could actually go head-on with the divine weapon, the red dragon spear. Could the divine sword in that person's hand be the legendary extreme Tao sacred sword? The Terraflame dragon was shocked. The red dragon spear in its hand was a saint weapon left behind by a great sage of the dragon race. No wonder the opponent dared to covet the lunar pearl. Rumble. At this moment, the sound of wind and thunder came from the huge cave behind Gu Fei. A powerful wave of energy came from the cave. Damn it! The Terraflame dragon knew that something extremely unfavorable was happening at the source of the yin vein of the earth. Someone in the cave was using a powerful divine sense to obtain the lunar pearl. However, Gu Fei guarded in front of the dragon. No matter how powerful the Terraflame dragon was, the result was the same. It was still intercepted by Gu Fei. The Terraflame dragon was furious. It desperately activated the dragon yuan in its body, and a steady stream of dragon yuan flowed into the divine spear in its hand. The blood-red light emitted from the red dragon spear became more and more intense. With a strong physical body and the great saint-grade sacred weapon, the red dragon spear, the Terraflame dragon and Gu Fei engaged in a life-and-death battle. The divine spear in its hand kept going head-on with the purple-gold divine sword. The mighty wave of energy caused the entire earth to boil. The ground was undulating and mountains were collapsing. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles could feel it. On the ground, countless birds and beasts were fleeing for their lives. Saint-grade energy! In the depths of this desolate world, a black figure sitting cross-legged on the peak of a mountain woke up from his meditation. He then looked towards the source of the wave of energy, and in the depths of this desolate world, a monk in white walked out of a temple. Those two fellas, the person who walked out of the ancient temple, was the great monk Fa Tian. Fa Tian could not help but frown when he sensed Gu Fei's aura. In other areas of the desolate world, several powerful divine senses also swept towards the place where Gu Fei and the others were. The battle between Gu Fei and the Terraflame dragon had alarmed experts from all sides. Boss, it's a success! At this moment, He Tian's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. Then a loud sound came from behind him, and the entire earth vein collapsed in an instant. He Tian and Gu Fei's real bodies had collapsed the cave and escaped from the extreme yin cold vein. Gu Fei was overjoyed when he heard this. With the lunar pearl, he had gained a great killing weapon. However, once this killing weapon went out of control, it would be a disaster. I'll fight you to the death! The Terraflame dragon's heart was bleeding. Its millions of years of scheming had been destroyed by these people in front of it. The lunar pearl had been taken away by these people. It was born from the essence of earth fire in the endless depths of the great earth world. It had a physique of extreme yang. If it could obtain the lunar pearl, it would be able to complement yin and yang, evolve the great Tao of heaven and earth, and break through its current cultivation shackles to become a saint dragon. Roar! The Terraflame dragon roared in anger. It was close to going crazy, and a violent aura erupted from its body. It opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and its entire aura suddenly soared. Swoosh! The Terraflame Dragon's real body instantly disappeared into the void. Then, several blood-colored figures appeared in the void. There were a total of 10 blood-colored figures that emitted terrifying fluctuations, and they fiercely pounced towards Gufei. This was a secret technique of the dragon clan, the Blood Clone. Each blood shadow clone had a cultivation and strength that was close to the real body. This secret technique could be said to be heaven-defying. Rumble! The 10 blood-colored figures fiercely pounced towards Yi Futian, and the entire void seemed to collapse from this unimaginably powerful force. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. Seeing the scene, Gufei could not help but be shocked. This secret technique seemed to have the same effect as the 3 Pure Ones' secret technique, but the secret technique displayed by the Terraflame Dragon was even more bizarre and bloody. Kill! Without hesitation, Gufei displayed an indomitable and powerful aura. He charged forward with his sword, and the purple-gold divine sword in his hand bloomed with dazzling purple-golden sword light. Buzz! The purple-gold divine sword vibrated, and 10 purple-golden sword lights rushed out, piercing through the 10 blood-colored figures. The extremely sharp sword chi directly tore the void between the heaven and earth. However, a strange scene appeared. The extremely sharp purple-golden sword lights actually pierced through the 10 blood-colored figures, but the 10 blood-colored figures did not dissipate. What? Seeing such a scene, Gufei could not help but be secretly shocked. He must not let these 10 blood-colored figures pounce on him. He knew that if these 10 blood-colored figures pounced on him, his saint-level puppet avatar would probably have to change owners. Swoosh! Gufei directly retreated, breaking through the layers of rocks and soil. In an instant, he was 10 miles away. Under the ground, there was a terrible collapse, directly affecting the ground. Above the ground, it was as if there was a giant dragon passing through the ground. Mountains collapsed, rivers stopped flowing, and the topography of the ground was completely changed. All of this, Gufei could not care less. Some wild beasts that could not escape in time were directly crushed to death by the boulders and swallowed by the cracks in the ground. The speed of the 10 blood-colored dragon shadows was extremely fast. Every dragon shadow was faint and illusory, but Gufei did not dare to be careless. Even the sword light emitted by the purple-gold divine sword could not destroy it. This made Gufei secretly shocked. The secret technique displayed by the Earth-Fire True Dragon was too terrifying and frightening. The Earth-Fire True Dragon had no choice but to use this secret technique. This secret technique of the Dragon Clan was only used when fighting with one's life on the line. Even if it could kill the opponent, its vitality would be greatly damaged. Wherever the blood-colored dragon shadow passed, all the sand, stones, and soil were directly and silently annihilated. I don't believe that I can't kill you. As Gufei retreated, he used the immortal Tao mystic art. A vertical purple mark appeared between his eyebrows. The vertical mark emitted a dazzling divine light, as if a divine eye was about to open. The power of the immortal Tao was condensing. Swoosh! The power of the immortal Tao condensed between Gufei's eyebrows. A purple divine light rushed out from between his eyebrows and turned into a purple-gold sword. Buzz! The purple-gold sword vibrated and then turned into 10 purple-gold sword shadows. They pierced through the 10 blood-colored dragon shadows. The essence soul, Tao, sword could destroy everything. Swoosh! The speed of the primordial soul, Tao, swords was unbelievably fast. The 10 sword shadows flashed across the void. The Earth-Fire True Dragon immediately let out a heart-wrenching roar, and the 10 blood-red dragon shadows dimmed all of a sudden. The fluctuations of the Earth-Fire True Dragon's essence soul were instantly weakened by more than half. The essence soul, Tao, sword specialized in attacking the Essence Soul, causing the Earth Fire True Dragon's Essence Soul to be severely injured. Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Essence Soul Tao Sword. This secret technique, that was known to be invincible, almost broke the Earth Fire True Dragon's Dragon Blood clone technique. Buzz! The power of the immortal Tao condensed between Gu Fei's eyebrows again, and the Essence Soul Tao sword appeared again. Roar! The Earth Fire True Dragon sensed danger. Each of its scarlet dragon shadows emitted boundless true fire. Then they split up and charged in 10 different directions. Where do you think you're going? Kill! Gu Fei roared angrily. His eyes were extremely sharp, and his murderous aura soared into the sky. The Essence Soul Tao sword instantly turned into 10 sword shadows, shooting directly at the 10 blood-colored dragon shadows that had turned into flames. The Essence Soul Tao sword pointed at scared the Earth Fire True Dragon out of its wits. To see the first commercial free, please go to please share _blank